fact, on most days, he wishes that he just wouldn't wake up because the reality of every single day is impossible for him to accept.
It takes a lot of energy to put your pants on when you're my size. And then I start thinking about breakfast, excited, to get some food, something to eat.
All right, got a little bit of time left on the biscuits. You don't want gravy?
No.
Okay. Can start on the eggs.
I feel like it's my place to cook. I've put myself into this situation. It's my responsibility. And if I want it, I should be able to cook it and make it myself.
His wife is in charge of everything around the house just because Jonathan isn't even able to walk around without his body starting to give up on him.
And that's what I do. Eggs are pretty good.
But all of that hard work is worth it when he finally makes his way to the kitchen to have his first meal. It's evident that Jonathan uses food as a coping mechanism. Still, he has trapped himself in a cycle where he eats, feels bad about eating, and then eats again just to feel better. On most days, the only thing Jonathan can gather energy for is making his favorite meals. And at this point, he knows that this is a problem he can't ignore any longer.
The addiction to my food probably always began with home troubles. I grew up with a pretty hard childhood. I definitely grew up very, very odd. We did have electricity, but we did not have sewage or plumbing. There's been times where we were so much out of food that we'd have like popcorn for dinner. And my mom would always say, you need to make sure you eat everything because she didn't want me to be hungry later on.
But Jonathan's unhealthy addiction to food goes all the way back to his childhood, and it's been hard for him to cope with his emotions without resorting to food for comfort.
My brother was 6 years older than me. And when I was 5, he decided that he didn't really want anything else to do with our household. He went to live with my grandmother, and I fully didn't understand why. Early on in school, I noticed something wasn't right about me. I was on the baseball team, but I was nearing 100 pounds. They would have to special order my jersey and special order my pants because I was too fat to fit into the regular sized ones. And that really made me feel like an outcast. But the most upsetting is I didn't know why I was overweight. I didn't know it was because I was eating too much.
It's safe to say that when he was a child, Jonathan's home environment wasn't ideal. So he turned to the only thing that he thought could make his days a little better: food.
It was around these times that I met my wife, Zaina. She was a nurse at a local nursing facility.
A lot of paramedics are not very nice. They treat us like we don't know what we're doing, but there are a select few that are very nice and understanding, and he was one of them. We started talking and started dating.
It didn't take us long to decide that we wanted to get married. Having a family was definitely helping with all the stress that I was having as an EMT. But I still kept eating. I would stop and pick up like the extra large shake with the quadruple hamburger or whatever and try to keep it hidden. Of course, I know my wife knew that I was probably eating more than what I should have.
But even when Jonathan managed to move out and make something of himself anytime that he would have to deal with overwhelming emotions, he turned to food again. But that's also when he met his now wife, who helped him lead a happier life. But food was still the most important thing in Jonathan's life.
The pure weight of myself and then trying to lift people and climb in and out of an ambulance, it just wasn't happening. I was out of breath. I needed oxygen probably more than some of my patients did. When I knew I couldn't do it anymore, was terrible. I was instructed by my doctor basically that I needed to try to find another job that made me feel like I was helping somebody. So I went into the retail aspect, going into retail and that kind of thing, and it wasn't ever the same. I got to help people, but not the way. I just didn't feel happy in those jobs.
And every time he had to deal with something difficult, he found himself going back to all his unhealthy eating habits, which meant that Jonathan had never actually gotten rid of them in the first place.
I would eat to escape, and as I gained weight and transitioned from being like a brick and mortar type store to working for a call center at home, I knew then is when everything really started to get out of control for me. And that continued on until here I am, now where I'm at.
At this point, you can probably tell that Jonathan deals with a lot of overwhelming emotions, and he thinks the only way to process them is by eating them.
Because of my condition, my wife has to be the one to provide for both of us financially. My wife helps out with a ton of things that she shouldn't have to do as a wife. You know, there's that, the thing of being a guy is like, you know, takes out the trash and fixes things, and I guess manly stuff you could say. I'm not able to do that kind of stuff.
Any of the like fish sticks or
That's
not like
fine.
fish.
Just want to take a break for just a second?
Yeah, that's fine.
It takes all the energy out of Jonathan just to walk a couple of steps, but it's like he suddenly finds a burst of motivation to exert himself when he's out shopping for all the junk he likes to eat.
If you think of something, I can go grab it for you while you're taking a break. Do you want me to go grab the stuff to dip him with?
Yeah, that's fine.
He does have a lot of lymphedema and he has trouble walking around. And, you know, lifting his legs, I'm sure is very hard for him.
Jonathan is lucky that his wife is so encouraging because this entire situation isn't easy for her either, not to mention the added pressure of providing for the entire family all by herself.
I know I shouldn't be eating the way that I'm eating, but food for me in my life is a place that makes me feel good. I know Zaina has given up on trying to change my ways. I always tell myself when we go grocery shopping that this time is going to be different, that I have the strength to change. But as soon as I see all my favorite snacks, my willpower just disappears. The worst part of all this is that Jonathan knows what he's doing wrong and how he can start living a better life. It's just that he can't bring himself to do so. In the moment, it doesn't matter, but afterwards, you regret it. Zaina says that she would never leave me and she loves me, but everyone has their limits.
It makes me feel sad that he's addicted to food and it's hurting him. If I could wish anything for his future, I just want him to be healthy. I don't care that he's a big guy. That doesn't bother me. But the only thing he wants to do after a stressful day is to grab his favorite fast food meal and devour it all in one sitting. And Jonathan hates himself for it. He knows that his marriage is hanging by a thread at this point, and that his choices hurt not only him, but also his wife, who wants nothing more than for him to get better. So Jonathan knows it's time for a change. I think this is probably definitely your last meal at home like this.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking too. I'm all right with that change. Today, we're piling in the car and heading all the way to Houston so I can meet Dr. Nalzardan so he can help me get some of this weight off. In the first month of his weight loss journey, Jonathan is enjoying his last unhealthy meal in a while because he is heading over to Houston to get Dr. Now to help him shed his pounds. Technically, it's a 14-hour drive, but I can't sit in a car that long at my size. So we're going to have to split it up. If I weren't desperate, I don't know I would have enough motivation to go on a trip like this. I know it's going to be painful and uncomfortable, and I know that I'm not supposed to eat my way throughout. He's intimidated by the long journey, especially because he hasn't traveled so far in a long time. But Jonathan knows that he has to push himself to do this. It's now or never.
You probably haven't been down this way for a while on the interstate.
I haven't. Being out on the road is new for me, you know, especially after basically being 3 years of not really getting out and going very many places. So it makes me nervous and I'm kind of anxious about being on the road a lot.
A few hours into the journey, Jonathan is already starting to feel the pressure, but he's trying not to let that affect him.
Very warm.
It's a good thing that we made it to a resting spot because I am completely zapped. I just hope that I can get some good rest and get up feeling better tomorrow. But after about 5 hours, he is ready to call it a day because his body is giving up.
My muscles are hurting so bad.
I wish I could say I felt better today, but if anything, I just feel worse. And getting back in the car is the last thing that I want to do, but it's the only option besides giving up and going back. I'm sore from driving yesterday. My legs are definitely sore, like my hips.
And I think it's just because I've been in a tight spot.
The next day, Jonathan and his wife are heading out on the road once again, and he is not feeling too well even after resting the entire night.
I'm very, very, very excited that I've made it here to Houston. We're getting there really quick. I'm a bigger guy, and I have not been good with my diet at all, so I know it's probably going to be a pretty big number.
After checking into another hotel for the night, Jonathan has finally made it to Houston, and now his nerves are kicking in because he doesn't know what the scales are going to show.
When I last got weighed, I was topping 600 pounds, and I wanted to say that I've reined it in since then, and that I'll be in the low 600s, maybe even high 500s.
Okay, step up on the scale, please.
As he heads into the clinic, Jonathan has no idea what to expect, but he hopes that he just isn't too far gone for Dr. Now to help him.
I think I'm at least in the lower 600s, and I hope I'm not much more than that. But I'm nervous to find out.
Your weight is 641.
I'm relieved it's not higher, so I'll take it. It's still a shameful amount of weight.
While Jonathan thought he would have been in the lower 600 range, he weighs more than what he was expecting.
All right, see, you're 641.
Yes, sir.
At your height, your BMI is almost 90. So how long have you been in that weight?
I've been heavy my entire life. Of course, it just kind of increased as I got older. My dad passed away very quickly. My mom died about 4 months later. I really started to spiral out of control at that point with just like eating too much and not being decent.
Okay. Well, sorry you went through all that, so you need to deal with that.
Of course, Dr. Now is shocked to see how much Jonathan weighs, and he wants to know exactly how he got to this point.
Right now, I basically just kind of sit there and look at the four walls. I snack a lot. Yeah, I probably snack a lot.
Do you tell them eat less or what?
I do.
So you're just spending her money, huh?
I'm spending your money, yes, sir.
So you won't listen to a nurse, so you think you're gonna listen to a doctor now?
Yeah, you're very right. I didn't control myself, and now I've got myself into a situation where I need help. I'm sick and tired of living this life of just sitting and staring at four walls. I got things I want to do. I want to have kids.
The doctor is honest with Jonathan and his wife. He wants both of them to know that they can't continue living like this.
I think he's ready to get started.
I'm glad to see that Jonathan and his wife have a healthy dynamic that doesn't revolve around food. In fact, he seems to try to prevent him from overeating to some degree. But ultimately, he finds a way to go long-term and get what he wants. If Jonathan comes back with a good progress, we will know that he's been telling me the truth about working hard to change things, and that he's starting to deal with what is driving him to eat. If not, we can see what other tool we can provide to help him.
Dr. Now gives Jonathan a goal to hit with his weight loss, and if he manages to do so, he will qualify for the surgery that will turn his life around.
So, doctor, do you think there would be a chance that I would be a candidate for weight loss surgery?
Everything is up to you. Okay, if you control your eating habit and lose weight, then we will know that you're a candidate for surgery because you're doing what it takes to be successful. But if you don't, then we know that you just talk and no show.
You gotta talk the talk and walk the walk.
That is it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Not only does he have to eat healthy, Jonathan also has to make sure he is getting in a good amount of physical exercise to ensure he is improving his mobility.
You do your exercises?
Yeah. It's been a couple weeks since we met with Dr. Now, and me and Zaina have been following the diet completely.
Put your number toes, this side down.
Come in.
She's doing the diet with me to help me so we can both be at our healthiest. It's been life-changing being on the new program.
In the first month of his weight loss journey, Jonathan has been trying his best to stick to Dr. Now's diet and exercise plan with his wife's support.
We've done weight loss before together, and we've just decided that if he was accepted to this program, we were going to do this diet together. And either way, we're going to try to lose weight, but it's more incentive for him to lose weight if he can get this surgery and, improve our lives.
I learned a lot about myself in the last few weeks. I have more self-control than when I thought I did. I didn't think that I would be able to maintain the way I did, but I'm really shocked and surprised surprised at how much I was able to do.
And while it has been a slow journey, Jonathan finds himself more active. There's nothing his wife wants more than for him to start enjoying life.
I've started eating normal, regular-sized portions of food. Cut down so much on size and calorie intake. So usually eating probably 10,000 calories a day. I'm now eating roughly around 900 to 1,200 per day.
Switching from the old eating habits to the new eating habits has been kind of hard, especially I think for me on the sweet stuff. I think John has a little bit of a sweet tooth too, but he's actually been doing very well with it.
Together, the two of them are committing to a healthier lifestyle overall. With his wife's help, Jonathan has been able to make some major changes to his eating habits, something he thought was impossible.
So today we are going back to see Dr. Now for our second appointment. I feel like I've worked pretty hard to make it where I am. We did have a cheat day. We did eat pizza. It was probably the worst decision that I had ever made, and I became pretty sick the next day, so it was pretty rough.
In the third month, Jonathan is heading down to Houston to check on his progress, and while he has slipped up a few times, he hopes that he has lost the weight he was supposed to.
Wow, that is awesome. That feels great to see that number. A totally different scale experience than my last one. You know, I'm proud of myself because that's the best progress that I've ever made.
And it looks like his hard work has paid off because Jonathan has lost around 87 pounds, which is not a small feat.
So I see you down to 554. So you lost 87 pounds. So you meet the goal and you did very well. So what changes you made with your eating habit?
So we cut out all the bad stuff in the house. So basically got rid of the juice and soda and all that kind of stuff. We started meal prepping, and I'll make up 3 or 4 of those meals at a time and use those, just pop them in the microwave, and you know, doesn't give me a choice. That's what I'm eating, and that's it.
And let's just say that Dr. Now is definitely impressed with Jonathan's commitment to weight loss.
I'm proud of your progress. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
This is not victory lap to go back to start doing what you were doing before.
No, sir.
So the next one is going to be a very important test for you.
Yes, sir.
So that you see it. But if you come back and you gain weight or you don't lose that weight, so stick with the healthy eating habit and lose even more weight.
I most certainly will.
Okay.
The doctor can tell that Jonathan has developed a brand new outlook on life, and that is what has led him to lose all this weight.
I am very happy and proud to see Jonathan's progress. He is off to a very positive start.
I am really excited. I feel really proud of what I've done in the first 2 months of this weight loss journey. And I'm really happy that Zaina has been with me to support me.
But to receive the surgery, Jonathan has to stick to his new lifestyle habits and lose more weight to show Dr. Now that this isn't just a one-off thing, but Jonathan is motivated to prove that he really can do this.
Everything's been going very well, I think. Being more helpful around the house to me has been really a game changer because I'm able to do things and take some of the weight off of my wife, and that makes me happy for her and for me. Since I've lost the weight, I've been able to be more mobile, and I've been able to help my wife. I do hope to be more of a provider in my household.
By the 5th month of his journey, Jonathan seems to be doing even better than last time, and his mobility has definitely increased since the first time we saw him.
The move to Houston makes me very nervous. I don't think I've ever moved any place besides Illinois before, so it's going to be a total change of scenery for me. Well, thank you for the date.
You're welcome. I miss you while you're gone.
But he is a little scared about his move to Houston, especially because his wife has not found a job there yet, which means she might have to stay in Illinois.
I'm going to miss you.
Yeah, miss you too. A couple of months go by fast. We got texting, calling, video call. It'll be fine. I gotta try to get my license for Texas and go from there.
It should be good. I mean, it's just me for now. Today I'm going to be driving from here in Illinois down to Texas, and I'm going to be staying in a temporary rental. I'm going to definitely miss my dogs, going to definitely miss Zaina a lot. I've never been away from them, especially for a long period of time.
In the 7th month, Jonathan is packing up to move to Houston, and unfortunately his wife has to stay back to keep earning money, and it's a hard time on the both of them.
To be honest, I'm worried about doing this on my own. My plan is to go 12 hours straight and basically make it down in one day. And I hope that I have come far enough that I can handle the drive. all at once. Many months ago, I never thought I would have made it this far, but I committed 100% to the program, and here I am.
And because she was his support system through everything, Jonathan doesn't know how he will manage everything alone, from the commute to the actual weight loss.
This is probably going to be the longest we've ever been apart. I'm a little concerned about John driving, but I mean, I know he's going to do fine. So he has his phone. He can call me if he needs anything.
All right, I love you. I'll talk at you when you get down there.
Okay. Tell the doctor now I say hi.
I will.
Take good care of you.
I will. I'll talk at you. I'll call you.
Okay.
I told the doctor that I was finally coming down for good and that I'm ready for surgery and to keep moving forward.
But he knows that the move to Houston signifies the beginning of a new chapter, not just for him, but also for his family. So he needs to do this for his wife.
Been on the road for probably around 8 hours. Texarkana. I'm feeling really excited. Really proud of myself that I've made this trip this far by myself. So I'm looking forward to the future.
After 8 hours of being on the road, Jonathan has not felt the need to give up, which is a huge change from his earlier trips to Houston.
I did the drive all in one day. I'm not even thinking about food. I just want to lie down and sleep. Well, I guess it's going to be home for a little while.
By the time he reaches his house, Jonathan is ready to crash, and this time around, he is not relying on food to regulate his emotions, which is a huge deal.
So I am on the road right now to see Dr. Now. I just left my new apartment. So yeah, I did make the move without my wife, and I'm really hoping that today that Dr. Now sees that I'm committed 100% to this plan. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that I made it here. And I'm at Dr. Now's office. So I'll let you know what he says. All right, love you, bye.
The next morning, he is on his way to see Dr. Now and see how much weight he has lost in all these months.
Zaina wants me to keep her in the loop because of the minute I have my surgery scheduled. We need to make plans for her to come down here and be with me.
You can step up on the scale.
I know I worked hard to stay on track, and I'm confident that I made some good progress.
Safe to say, Jonathan is nervous because everything depends on what the scales show right now.
That's not great. I thought I lost more. Well, I like seeing low 500s. It still feels pretty good, but it's off the pace. I just don't know if Dr. Now expected me to lose that much every month.
And Jonathan is praying with all his faith that he has managed to hit the goal Dr. Now wanted him to, but sadly that doesn't happen.
All right, Jonathan, you lost 38 pounds in past 4 months. That's less than 10 pounds a month. I was hoping that you're going to be able to lose more than that, but at least you're losing constantly and you're sticking with it.
He only hopes that Dr. Now will see this as proof of his commitment and approve him for the weight loss surgery.
I'm proud of Jonathan for continuing making progress and for getting to where he can be active enough to come down to Houston on his own. He just needs to pick up the pace a little more to show me that he's going to continue working hard at losing weight. But if he doesn't, then I will know that we have an issue and his surgery will be canceled.
Now, the doctor thinks that Jonathan does have a long way to go. He schedules his surgery for 2 months ahead and tells him to stick to the diet and exercise plan to continue losing weight till then. And Jonathan wants to make sure that the next time he meets Dr. Now, he is more than ready for this surgery.
So today, me and Zaina got up, we had a little breakfast, and we decided to come walking in the park.
Pretty nice out here.
Yeah. Yeah, the weather's nice. I'm very happy that I can be active with her. It makes me feel more like a husband and being able to go out and do things with her.
So it's been about 3 weeks since I've seen John, and I've noticed that his activity level is a lot better, and his eating habits are pretty good too. Being able to go out with John and, take this walk in the park, it means a lot. He hasn't had the surgery yet, and I can see a big improvement in him, so I'm just looking forward to, what's to come in the future, after he gets the surgery and loses even more weight.
By the 8th month, Jonathan has been joined by his wife in Houston, and she continues to push him to lose weight and hit the goal Dr. Now set for him.
Zaina is going to have to go back to Illinois and that's going to be rough emotionally. But I will stick to the healthy routine that we established, and I'm going to hit my mark when I get weighed in another month or so.
Having her around gives Jonathan the boost of energy he needs to keep marching ahead, and he hates it when she is not around.
I think you're gonna be fine.
I think so too. I think it's just the anxiety right now. I think once I get back there and they knock me out, I'll be fine.
Well, yeah, it'll be
Me and Zana are at the hospital, and hopefully I can get my surgery today.
The next month, Jonathan is at the hospital getting ready for him to get weighed.
I've done my best to make the progress that Dr. Now's wanted. So I'm just hoping when I get on the scale, I will be where I need to be, and we can move forward. Anything less would be heartbreaking.
And the two of them hope that now is the time Jonathan gets approved for the surgery he so desperately wants.
I need to be under 486 to meet the goal that Dr. Now set for me.
Okay, that's good progress. You're 2 pounds off, but close enough.
Right. I'm excited to be where I'm at and how far I've been able to come to get here.
All right, Jonathan, you done well. I'm proud of your progress so far.
Thank you, doctor.
All right. We'll get you ready for surgery in a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Sadly, Jonathan falls short of the mark that he was supposed to hit, but Dr. Now thinks that he's ready.
He's done very well up to this point, so I'm confident he's ready for this step, and that this will help him continue to do well and make more progress that he needs. Because what this operation does will remove 80 to 90% of his stomach, and that will help Jonathan to eat less and continue to control his eating habits much easier.
Jonathan is excited and nervous as he is taken down to the OR to receive the surgery that he has worked so hard for.
This is still high risk for him, and if there are any issues that concern us about how much strain is on his body during the procedure, then we may have to end it early, but hopefully that won't be the case.
So right now John's in surgery, and I'm just hoping everything goes okay with it. I'm just a little bit nervous because, you know, any surgery is a big deal, I think. But I think that he's in good hands with Dr. Now.
Of course, the procedure is risky considering how unhealthy Jonathan was before starting his weight loss journey.
But he still has a little over 300 pounds to lose. So there is a lot of hard work ahead. But so far, he has done well. And I'm expecting him to keep moving in the right direction. But the next few months is going to give us an indication of how things are going to go for him. So we'll see how he's doing there.
Thankfully, the procedure is a success, and Dr. Now hopes that Jonathan can continue losing weight a lot more easily now. But it's up to Jonathan now to keep the momentum going.
It's been a month since my surgery, and things are going pretty well. Sana was down here for a couple weeks, taking care of me directly after my surgery. That was good, but it looks like she'll be down for good next month. I'm back on solid foods, and I'm not sorry to be done with the lipids.
So today, I decided to go out and try some new food, something a little different. It's been a couple years since I've actually been out into a restaurant, even by myself. Just a Bombay with no butter, just basically clean, I guess.
Would you like any bread?
No, thank you. No bread.
A month after his surgery, Jonathan is back home. Not only that, but his wife is also expected to move to Houston to be with him, and that has definitely lifted his spirits. Jonathan finally feels like he is going back to leading a normal life after years of being trapped in his own body, and he loves every second of it.
I'm at Dr. Now's to see how my progress is going.
Step up on the scale.
I was at 454 last month, and I'm supposed to be losing at least 15 pounds a month to stay on track. Hopefully, I'm at 439 today.
Your weight is 441.
That doesn't seem bad. Just a few pounds shy, but a good monthly loss, I think. But we'll see, I guess.
In the 11th month of his weight loss journey, Jonathan has continued to lose weight and stay on track with the goals Dr. Now gives him.
Work to at least maintain that and don't fall below that. But you can pick up the pace a little bit, but overall, you're doing good. You realize you have lost 200 pounds exactly today.
I did realize that. I did see the number. and that clicks. So I feel pretty good about that.
That's good. So you feel better with all that weight off of you?
Definitely. I feel a lot better than I used to, and I don't get as tired or winded as easily. I'm feeling great, and I can't wait to lose more and keep doing more.
While Dr. Now thinks that Jonathan has to try and pick up the pace, but overall he is happy with his progress.
I am happy to see that Jonathan continued to make good progress and move toward a healthier life. He worked very hard this past year and has at least lost every month up to now. So that is a very good sign that he's going to stick with the life change for the long term. His weight loss this past month is good, but just a couple pounds lower than minimum I like to see. And if he comes back next month and he dropped more, then we will know it is likely because the issues that's driving him to eat.
Dr. Now appreciates how far Jonathan has come since the beginning, especially because he knows this wasn't easy for him, and because the doctor is so proud of him that only gives Jonathan the motivation he needs to keep losing weight.
Yep. Today, Zaina is taking me clothes shopping. Now that I've lost 200 pounds, it is definitely time for me to get some clothes that fit better. And this is a big deal, because I can't even remember the last time I was able to shop for my clothes.
By month 12, Jonathan is ready to start this brand new chapter of his life since he is 200 pounds lighter and he's starting off on a high note.
How you feel shopping in the store for like the first time ever since we've been together?
It's crazy. It really is. Being down, I don't know,
Well, you said you have 200 left to go?
200 more pounds. And then I get skin removal surgery. The thought of losing another 200 pounds is a little hard to believe. But it's also starting to feel like it's within reach.
What color are you looking for? Anything in particular?
Oh, I found something I might like.
There you go. Do you
Yeah.
like the gray or the blue?
I like the gray.
Yeah.
This is definitely something I would love to do more of. Going out with my wife and actually being able to do things with her like, you know, a husband should be able to, was really amazing today. It makes me feel good.
For the first time in a long time, Jonathan is not conscious of being out in public and is doing things that he never thought he could have done.
He's come pretty far in his journey. This is the first time that we've ever been in the store to shop for him. We've been married 7 years together, 9 years, so in all that time, he's only ever ordered his clothing online. It made me feel pretty good that we were able to come in the store today and shop for clothes, not just for me, but for him too.
It makes me feel very proud that I've made it this far. A whole new world's opening up to us again. I'd like to go back to being in emergency services. That's one of my biggest goals, something I've always wanted. And I'd like to start a family with my wife.
And his wife tears up seeing her husband like this.
The more that I've lost weight, I see now that there's a possibility that, you know, I could have a family. It's something I really think about a lot, almost every day. And it would be amazing to do that.
Today was a fun day. The future looks like us, you know, being able to do more things, maybe have a family. Just excited to actually get our life going.
There's so much to look forward to now. It might be overwhelming if I wasn't so ready for it all.
You can go shopping more often.
That'd be nice. It'd be amazing, actually. And it's got me looking forward to a future that I never thought I could have.
The two of them are finally starting to feel like a couple again and are planning a future that involves kids now.
I got 4 or 5 years stops. I know this is my last chance, and I don't want to die in this bed.
Gary Hawkins is a 32-year-old whose entire life has been a cycle of despair because of his
just to give you the current situation. I am about to land sa gay. Galing ako Dubai. Stop over for it's a long haul, it's a long flight. Okay ako. Doon na touring. And I think it has something to do with the law and order now. sinasabi ko naman sa mga pulis, military na trabaho kayo at ako ang managot. Ito naman, for all of the whatever happened in the past, ako na yung brought sa ating law enforcement at military. Sinabi ko na, I will protect you and I will, ako ang managot sa this will be a long legal proceedings. I say to you, I will continue to serve the country and so be it. So, ganun.
Vengeance is at hand.
Right now I'm holding a tray of rotten duck eggs. Instead of being thrown out, here in the Philippines, these will be turned into this country's worst rated food.
This country is full of delicious food. But this time, I've asked my audience to suggest their worst rated foods in all the Philippines, and today, I'll be eating those foods.
It looks like animal larvae. How do people survive this?
Don't worry, Sonny. It's full of salt.
I'm on a mission to learn whether these foods are misunderstood,
I'm a little nervous,
or if they're really just plain awful.
If I crack open the Abnoy egg,
Smelly things inside.
And it all starts with a controversial Filipino macaroni salad.
so there's fruit, there's noodles, there's jellies, all these different items you wouldn't think to find in one bowl, all mixed together. For you, Chewy, have you ever tried this dish?
Yeah, a lot of times when I was a kid specifically.
A 6-year-old Chewy, did he enjoy it?
No.
Do you like it now?
No.
Joining me to take on Manila's worst rated foods, local Filipino food blogger Chewy, and my good friend, chef and restaurateur Calvin Bowie.
So what is it about your dessert that so many people love so much?
Juicy po, ganon.
She said that it's sweet, it's creamy, and cheesy. Her customers love it. So they order on repeat.
This macaroni is the bestseller at Jess's Dessert Shop, operated from her own home kitchen where she does catering for special occasions. Here, Jess brings together a vibrant medley of ingredients, starting with tender elbow noodles as the base. She adds a burst of sweetness with fruit cocktail, tangy pineapple chunks, and soft white jellies. A playful splash of radiant green jellies adds a neon pop of color and texture, while a handful of plump raisins brings a chewy contrast. Richness comes into play with cheese.
Sobrang tamis.
The most important factor is the cheese, and they like it sweet.
To bind it all, she folds in layers of sheer indulgence. Silky condensed milk, creamy mayonnaise, and a perfectly balanced sweet cream mix. The result is a decadent, multi-textured dish that some claim to be the worst-rated food in all the Philippines.
Oh, it's like so complex that are you eating a dessert, or are you eating a pasta, or are you eating a salad?
It seems like ADHD in a bowl.
But again, subjective.
So this is going to be our first culinary introduction to the worst-rated foods of the Philippines. Are you excited? How do you feel right now? I'm excited. I like noodles in almost anything. I'm gonna go just kind of for the noodle and that white cream combination.
Wait, why is your spoon so small, buddy?
What? That's enough.
Whoa. That is sweet.
It reminds me of like a bread pudding. There's hints of white bread. This is actually quite good, but I would only eat it towards the end of my meal.
You couldn't start with this. It's gonna blow your palate out. It's so loud. It's so creamy. It's so sweet. It is a fascinating combination of mayonnaise and sugar. Can I say something? I ate half my bowl already.
Oh, I didn't see that coming.
I like it, but I think we should try a bite with the jelly in there and maybe more fruit. It's working for me.
Texture, nice and dense. It really holds the flavor and it coats the mouth. Then the sweetness really rides through that dish. And actually just watching you eat it makes me so happy because I know deep down inside, you're telling yourself at 28, your palate has matured and you traveled the world and this is something you actually like.
But not yet.
This is awesome.
He ate the whole entire thing.
For me, it's just like too funky. It's like a lot of things going on. It's not about their cooking. Personally, I just don't like the dish at all.
After our early morning meal, it's time to try a real Filipino breakfast. Only here, their breakfast combines sweet chocolate and something from the ocean.
Sir, put her there. Very happy to be here right now. I'm seeing all this food going out. It's like classic breakfast stuff. What type of a restaurant is this?
This is an all-day breakfast. We serve Filipino food with a little bit twist of Western.
In addition, you also serve porridge.
Yes, the traditional chocolate champorado.
Porridge, delicious. Chocolate, yummy. Here's the twist. They also put inside fish. Why?
Filipino love dried fish, so we combine it with the champorado, and it's good with a balance of sweetness and saltiness of the fish.
Champorado, or chocolate porridge, starts with glutinous rice overcooked in a big pan with water until it becomes the perfect mushy, soft texture. On the side, water is boiled in a small pot and joined by cocoa powder, where it's whipped into a thick sauce. Combine the sauce and porridge and stir it into something beautiful. Then add sugar and chocolate ganache.
Now, Chewy, did you grow up eating this dish?
Yeah, so it's a perfect breakfast, especially when it's raining. It's cold outside, and then your mother will cook a champorado.
Chef Norbert's fish of choice is dried salted herring, which is deep fried in oil for just a few minutes to make it crispy. Strain and let the fish cool. Then remove the bones and scales.
So when you're eating this, can you clearly taste the chocolate?
For sure, man.
But then can you also clearly taste the fish?
For sure.
Okay, then it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be pushing my culinary comfort a little bit. Calvin, how do you feel?
I'm a little nervous, I'll be honest with you.
Believe me, it's good.
Pour that steamy, sweet chocolate porridge into a bowl. Drizzle some cream on its surface. Add a scoop of chocolate ganache, crushed chopped nut bar, and that salty ocean-dried fish. The final decorative touch, marigold flower petals and mint leaves.
Gentlemen, here it is. The consistency looks beautiful. It's nice, it's thick.
To me, this resembles like a rice pudding. I'm expecting something very sweet.
Okay.
That was so delicious.
Delicious, warm, chocolatey, smooth, rich. I like it. But this time, let's add some of that fried fish. Oh,
I'm so nervous right now.
Hey, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Just you'll have an entire nation that hates it. Definitely fishy. It's beyond just salt. This is not just the salt bringing out the sweetness. There's a fish in there.
But it's absolutely delicious.
You like it?
I do. That salt-packed cured fish blends so well with that smooth, delicate chocolate. Flavor composition-wise, I can say it's good.
This is like a childhood memory when I ate it.
I can appreciate why people like, I don't know, man. I don't like it. It's wild. The porridge starts off so good. It's so sweet and satisfying. It's just like a classic unhealthy American breakfast. And then the fish, it's a dried fish. It just tastes fishy.
The fishness does linger on your palate.
Oh, it's there.
But I can see how the Filipinos like that sweet and savory balance.
Yeah. So I'm glad that you guys like it. And you know what? More fish for you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, here we go. Let's fight over it. I want the head.
I'll get the whole one.
Oh. I'll get the flour then.
Just a couple doors down from our breakfast paradise, you'll find the Philippines' next most worst rated food. Unlike the vibrant, eye-catching dishes you typically find in Manila, like fried quail eggs soaked with neon orange food coloring, here you'll find a rare soup with a dark, black, bile looking broth.
Can you tell me what is the food we're going to be trying today?
The food we're going to try is called the Tula Itum, or the black beef soup of the Tausug tribe of the Sulu archipelago.
The Sulu archipelago is located in the southwestern region of the Philippines. This is where Chef Miguel comes from. Here, the black beef soup is a favorite.
As to why people think it's the most low rated, because it's unfamiliar to many. Not a lot of people get to travel to the area where it comes from, and so that's why we brought it here in Metro Manila.
In my hand, there's a bowl. But inside the bowl, there's dirt.
It does look like potting soil.
This is the seasoning mixture, the heart and soul of this black soup. The main ingredient contributing to its color, burnt coconut. It starts with coconut meat, extracted from the shell. Grill it on an open fire until it becomes black and golden brown, essentially turning into charcoal.
It's a tedious process. It takes more than an hour and 30 minutes because there's a certain temperature to make sure that it will not turn rancid.
Once burning is complete, the coconut joins turmeric, ginger, lemongrass, galangal, red onion, garlic, black pepper, and salt. These spices are blended into an aromatic flavor base. This, as well as many other dishes in this restaurant, are recipes taught to Chef Miguel by his own grandmother.
It smells so savory. It smells so deep root ginger.
I'm getting notes of coffee.
This burned coconut seasoning is thoroughly applied to the beef, marinating the meat overnight. Heat up oil in a pan. Quickly fry onions in our black seasoning base. Then add the marinated beef. Stir to lightly sear the beef. Then add water and let it simmer for hours to tenderize the meat.
Chewy, have you tried this before?
Yeah, multiple times.
Does it have a burnt flavor?
That's a good question. You'll see later.
The final component of this dish, beef bones, baked in the oven for 20 minutes. Now to put it all together. Transfer the soup into a serving bowl. Top it with a sprig of lemongrass and a beef bone. Then finally, torch the bone marrow before serving.
As a chef, we're always trying to tell stories. Why do you use this ingredient?
Because I wanted to tell the story about the Tausug people of the Sulu archipelago, because I believe that that's my way of changing people's perspective. When they get to try the food and they try to understand the history and culture behind it, then they get to have more appreciation for it. As a chef, I think it's important that we just don't cook the food. We have to tell the story of the people who prepare it for us.
Chewy, be careful because we're both wearing white here. There should be no splattering
good reminder.
of this soup.
I think the first thing we should do is get into that broth. The broth is the heart of a dish like this, and that's going to tell us everything we need to know.
Let's do it.
You sure?
I'm sure. Oh my God.
Nice.
I love it. It's a deep, savory flavor. There's a slick of fat on top, so your lips are oily like you just put on lip balm.
There's no hint of coconut. This is all beefy goodness. This is a broth that's been going for hours upon hours. That is what I want to eat every single day. It's nice and aromatic.
Don't forget, it's spicy.
A little bit spicy, yeah. It's a well-rounded flavor. It's got a little bit of everything. But I don't taste anything burnt. There is a lot more in here besides the broth. So there are big, beautiful chunks of meat, and we're gonna put all that on top of our rice.
Oh, look at that.
I love how rich it is. It's good because the broth is so rich, you can kind of get that rice wet. Please.
You took all the beef?
Yeah. There's 2 pieces left.
Don't worry, I just eat the lemongrass.
Oh my lord, super tender, soft.
By looking at it, you would think that this dish would be really heavy, but this one, it's so light, it's so well balanced. That broth really brings everything together.
This, one of the best things we've had this entire series.
Wait, there's something more. There is bone marrow sitting in this bowl. Why don't we do an ultimate bite and put the bone marrow over the beef with a big scoop of rice?
Oh god, oh yeah, that looks rich.
Like adding butter.
That bone marrow is like a beef flavored butter. It went down so smooth, it's greasy, but it has so much flavor.
The marrow adds another level of fat and flavor.
How did this end up on my list? This is delicious. This is probably one of the best foods I've ever had in the Philippines, if I'm being 100% honest. It's very good.
Number one, maybe some of the Filipinos, they don't look at like appetizing. It's number two, Muslim food is not well represented, especially in Manila. That's why maybe some don't even try it.
The only thing I have to say is to all my Filipino brothers and sisters, you have to give this a shot. It's incredibly delicious. I can't believe it. You like collecting money. Today has already been kind of an emotional roller coaster when it comes to the food, but soon we're going to be trying perhaps one of the most extreme, intense foods in all of the Philippines, essentially fermented or rotten duck fetuses.
Before diving into what is likely the Philippines' most brutal, most challenging food, we're warming up with an appetizer, something that's also rotten, though others prefer to say fermented.
That food resides within this bottle.
It looks like animal larvae.
Usually you'd want your oysters fresh to avoid stomach issues or, death. But some Filipinos prefer them to be fermented for a few days in the form of this condiment called bagoong sisi.
Oysters can go off pretty easily in warm temperature. They can collect bacteria, they can kill you. But here you're purposely fermenting or rotting the oysters. How do people survive this?
Don't worry, son, it's full of salt.
This is a delicacy imported from the Visayas region, a collection of islands 350 miles south of Manila, well known for their oyster production.
Does the average Filipino like this?
I haven't tried this yet.
Wow, so fresh, like smelling the ocean.
Oh, nice.
It's like a homeless man.
Right here we have white rice. Pour this on top and it's going to contribute an enormous amount of flavor.
Oh, how much are you putting in there, Chewy?
Oh, there you go. Hit it with a little bit of a spritz. The best part is Chewy doesn't know what he's doing either.
So don't judge me.
3 days fermented rock oysters. Let's go.
Now it's my turn.
It's really salty.
Who wants a piece of the share?
Oh, I kind of like the flavor though.
What is it about the flavor that you like, Sonny?
It tastes briny. It tastes like I was drowning and I drank some ocean water.
I can't get over the fermentation. This is over the top for me. I cannot have a second bite.
Now I understand why this is called a condiment.
It's a strong flavor, to be sure. A flavor that's probably meant to be mixed with other flavors too. I don't hate it. I thought I might. Upon eating it, I kind of like those little oysters.
Wow.
They're tiny. They're very delicate.
They're warm.
They're warm.
They should not be warm.
For you, conclusively, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Like this, maybe thumbs down.
Okay. I would legitimately eat it again. I would just need to find like the right stuff to pair it with. It's a no-go for you too?
No go.
Me, kind of into it.
Team white versus team black again.
But from here, we are headed to our final location, to a food that really divides the room, or perhaps a nation.
At last, it's time for the absolute worst of the worst, a food some regard as revolting. I'm talking about Manila's bizarre rotten egg omelet. Joining us and taking on this puzzling Pinoy wonder, Filipino-American blogger and TV personality Will Dasovich. But just so you know, Will has no clue what he's about to eat.
What do you mean by it's rotten?
But before we take a bite, let's back up and learn where these eggs come from in the first place.
Right now, we are inside a giant incubation center. Can you tell me what happens here?
Incubator is the machine how to process the balut.
Balut is a semi-developed duck egg. When boiled, it becomes one of the Philippines' most infamous delicacies, complete with a partially formed head and bones.
That is the worst looking and best tasting balut I've ever had.
Here, a standard balut is fertilized for 15 days before it's ready to eat. But on the 11th day, these eggs are inspected and divided into 3 categories.
Wow. Ooh, that's a lot of eggs. Wow. There
Look
we go.
at all that.
We will separate the penoy, the balut, and the abnoy.
So right here, these are all 11 days.
Yeah.
First of all, there's the normal balut. The ones that are growing normally, that's good. We're gonna put them back soon. Then there's pinoy. What is that?
The penoy is the unfertilized
Okay, so it's not growing at all.
No.
Then there's the abnoy.
or the rotten egg.
The abnoy, it started developing, and in the middle, it's like it died basically. There's like a dead chick inside, like
That half-developed rotten abnoy egg is what we'll be having for dinner in a dish known as bibingka abnoy.
If I crack open the abnoy egg, what am I gonna see?
Very smelly things inside.
Start by cracking 10 abnoy eggs. Liquidy, pungent, and some with partially formed body parts.
Rotten eggs is one of the worst smells that there is
But it's delicious when it's cooked.
when it's cooked.
If you're following along at home and haven't fainted from the odor, then let's proceed. In a pan, heat up palm oil and fry garlic, red onion, tomato, black pepper, salt, MSG, and seasoning powder. All powerful flavors that seem incapable of combating the smell of rotten duck embryos.
Chewy, have you had this before?
twice. I'm not a fan.
Add this promising seasoning mixture to the abnoy eggs and mix well with parsley.
Sonia, I might have met my limit here.
This is by far gonna be the most extreme food you and I have tried in this series.
Pour the seasoned eggs back into the pan to fry, 10 minutes on each side.
Is this legal?
Yes.
I feel like it's very dangerous.
How do you not get sick?
Like me, I eat abnoy, but nothing happened to me.
So, if we eat it,
But not too much. It's a nice food. It's not dangerous to eat. Yes.
Listen, we are gonna try this with an open mind.
Maybe you will say, wow, it's delicious.
or maybe we will die.
Maybe you should try it first before you
Die?
Before you die.
before you comment.
Gentlemen, everything we've done today has built up to this moment.
I have no idea what this is.
Guys, this is Will Desovich. So, Will, you are Filipino-American? Is that how you identify yourself?
Yeah, I guess I grew up in the U.S. I've been in the Philippines for almost 10 years.
You moved here in your 20s. Were there foods then that seemed bizarre or exotic that you've come to accept as normal now?
Balut now is normal to me. I was living off that when I was young, backpacking around the Philippines. It all depends on the situation you're in, and I think you can learn to like any food.
So today, perhaps we'll learn to like this. This is an omelet made with abnoy. We're gonna have you crack it open, and then we're all gonna take a little bit of a sniff to get closer to the food that we're gonna be trying today.
This feels bad, bro.
What color is that? Pea soup green?
Do you think you can do this anymore? Will, are you in over your head, Will?
Wow, that's interesting. What do you mean by it's rotten?
Did you smell it?
I mean, a lot of weird stuff, but this is
It's a different level. This is obviously not something we would use in the USA. It smells absolutely horrific and disgusting. But hey, this is the Philippines. They're making use of everything. So I say we go for it. I think we just grab it like a piece of pizza.
I do smell something funky. Is this safe?
I think so. You know why? This is pre-colonial. That's like 100 years ago, and no one dies from it. So maybe, you know.
Cheers, cheers.
There you go.
Wow.
That is so savory.
Thank gosh you put a lot of salt in there. Very salty.
I don't see salt. I see savoriness. It's a great war between that savory and sweet. It might smell bad, but that is delicious.
You can taste like the real pungent flavor of it, but at the same time it's delicious.
I don't know if I like it. I think something in my brain, after seeing that egg get cracked, is saying, no, stay away from this. This is dangerous. It's not good for you.
For me, it tastes kind of like an overcooked omelet with bagoong on it. But the taste is not as bad as the smell.
100%. Cooking it has tempered that smell a bit.
Do you think by dipping it into the vinegar,
Oh, it'd be way better.
some red onion, chili, vinegar,
Oh, way better. It's actually nice. It balances it out.
I'm telling you.
I'm just worried about the health component at this point. But I gotta say, that's a pretty passable flavor. I kind of can't believe it. I think this is probably started as a food of necessity. Folks are making use of something that would ordinarily get thrown away. But there's still protein here. In the end, it turns out that the way they prepared it, it's actually pretty palatable.
It's just good, man.
This is a flavor that I don't think you can get anywhere else.
Will, in a moment, my friend Calvin and I are going to decide which food today was the best or the worst. But I want to know, for this food, yes or no?
It's easy.
Easy.
It's not bad.
Calvin, today we ate the worst rated foods that the Philippines has to offer. Which for you was the best of the worst?
The best of the worst today was the chocolate porridge with dried fish. At first, I was really turned off by it, but after eating it, I fell in love. What was the best of the worst for you?
I'm very surprised by that pick. I had a great time trying everything, but if I had to pick one, it's pretty easy for me. It was the black soup. The beef braised perfectly. It's tender. That broth was incredible, heartwarming.
And then don't forget the bone marrow.
And the bone marrow. It's one of my favorite things I've ever eaten in the Philippines. It was amazing.
Hungry for more fun food videos? Join me at more Best Ever Food Review Show, a channel that's unfiltered, raw, half the quality, and twice the fun.
Could you walk away and come back at me? Oh, look, the server.
Subscribe now, and you probably won't regret it.
This is not like my cucumber with you.
What did you have cucumber with together?
If you go to certain neighborhoods,
from the word labuko, big sabihin nito ay sa kalabasa and buko. Then may halo ng pagmamahal sa asawa. Eto ngayon, nabuo, pansit para kay Labko. Ang pansit kalabuko po ay naglalaman ng 12 uri ng gulay at prutas. Meron tayong mga lutuan na kung saan ito ay yari sa bato. Dito yung matitikman natin kung paano natin ito lutuin. Ano nga bang pagkakaiba nitong pansit kalabuko as you compare mo doon sa ibang pansit? Ang pansit kalabuko ay unang-una, ang mga sangkap nito ay ligtas sa mga pestisidyo at saka sa mga chemicals. At ito ay itinanim dito sa loob ng farm. Niluluto ngayon natin naman ay itong hipon. Okay? Ang pansit kalabuko ay halos pamarehas din naman ng pagluluto ng ordinaryong pansit. Ang naging kaibahan nga lang nito ay niluto ito sa bato at sabi ko nga kanina, nabuo ang pansit kalabuko dahil sa pagmamahal ko sa aking asawa. Ganyan. So ito na, lalagay na natin yung ating squash. Pagdating naman sa lasa, yung lasa ng kalabasa, yung lasa ng buko, lasa ng papaya, lasa ng mga seafoods at saka iba pang mga ingredients, pag pinagsama-sama sila doon, lumalabas yung natural na lasa. Plus, dahil niluto sa ibabaw ng bato, lalo pang lumutang yung natatago at natatanging lasa ng mga natural na pagkain. So ngayon, dahil nailagay na natin yung 12 sangkap ng pansit kalabuko, atin ngayon itong imimix na lang para totally magsama-sama na yung lasa niya. After 30 minutes, luto na ang ating pansit para kay Labko, pansit kalabuko.
Ito ba yung ano mo, yung tirahan mo? Po. Yan ho, tirahan nyo? Opo. Gano'ng katagal na ho kayo nakatira dito sa Pedicab?
October.
October?
October.
Gano'n ho kahirap ang buhay dito sa Pedicab?
Yan nga eh. Hindi ko alam kung saan nagkakasakit na rin ako.
Oo. Tapos dito ho kayo natutulog. Yan ang tulugan nyo. Ito.
Dito po.
Yan ang tulugan nyo.
Opo.
Tapos, saan ho kayo naliligo? Saan kayo nagsi-CR?
Ano?
Sa barangay. Bakit po kayo malungkot ngayon?
Kasi mula nung pinalayas ako ng kapatid ko, dahil sa dinimanda ko yung manugan niya sa sa pananakasakay. Tinali ako sa harapan ng mama ko. Tapos, binabanta na ako papatay kita. Hindi lang yun. Halos lahat puro pananakit sa akin Meron dyan sinakit sa kakaraon.
Binalibag kayo?
Binalibag ako. Meron pa dyan binabakyaw ka na kakaraon.
Kailangan mo ng tulong. Kaya meron tayong pupuntahan na isang lugar. Pwede ka ba sumama sa amin? Ha? Punta muna tayo doon.
Pwede ba?
Halika. Ito na ang iyong bagong tirahan. Simula ngayon, dito ka na matutulog sa kwartong ito.
Opo.
Ha?
Salamat po.
Panibagong mattress. So, papalitan natin to ng bago. Courtesy of Big Boy Cheng ng Uratex. Yan, ha? Okay. At meron tayo nito mga regalo from Orofan. Meron kang rice cooker. Meron kang oven toaster. Yan. At meron kang refrigerator. Yan, ref. Galing kay Big Boy Cheng. So dahil wala ka pang trabaho, Kohol, wala ka pang kakitahan, eto, para sa'yo, 20,000. Ha? Paggastos mo sa araw-araw mo, ha?
Wala akong masabi.
Kung muna siya titira, bayaran namin yung 3 months niya. Kung kailangan natin i-extend, sige, extend natin yan. Okay. Basta may matirahan si Kohol. At hindi siya titira dun sa pedicab na yun kasi, di ba? Exposed siya eh. Pwede madengue, pwede kasakit. Exposed na exposed siya. Sa pneumonia. May edad na rin naman to si Kohol. So, dapat nasa loob siya ng isang kwarto.
Thank you.
Salamat. Salamat sa'yo. Ayos ba, Kohol? Ayos? Ito naman. Narito po tayo ngayon sa Quezon City at ating pupuntahan ang tahanan ng mga suknet, ang mga kamag-anak po na komedyanteng si Kohol. Nakipag-ugnayan po sila sa atin para ibigay ang kanilang panig sa isyong ito. At sasamantalahin na rin po natin ang pagkakataon para makapag-usap ang dalawang panig at maresolba kung ano mga isyong dapat nilang ayusin sa kanilang pamilya. Pero bago yan, subscribe mo na kayo sa aking channel at sa Christine Babos channel. Magandang hapon po. Kayo po si Carol? Hi, Carol. Gusto ka?
Morning po.
Morning.
Ito wala akong...
Hindi, okay lang yan. Kayo po yung kapatid ni Philip. Hi, magandang umaga. Siya ba yun? Ikaw yung nag-message. Kumusta? Kumusta?
Kumuha ng upuan.
Oo. Ito ang bahay ninyo.
Ako, salamat papa po ang nagpunta.
O para naman po marinig ang panig ng pamilya Suknet kaugnay po sa issue na ating tinalakay tungkol kay Kohol, makausap po natin ang kanyang kapatid na si Carol at ang kanyang pamangkin na si Mary. Magandang araw sa inyong dalawa.
Magandang araw.
Salamat naman at nakausap namin kayo ngayon.
Opo, and yun lang po ang hinihintay po din namin na makausap kayo.
Kasi akala ko namin resistant kayo na hindi kayo yung panig dito sa inyo.
Ay, hindi po. Never po naging resistant.
Napanood niyo po ba?
Opo.
Kwento.
Opo, napanood.
Sa aking vlog.
Opo.
Ano po ang inyong masasabi?
Nakakalungkot.
Bakit?
Nakakasakit. Nasasaktan ako. Ay, naku. Ito na naman ako. Sobra ako nasasaktan dahil parang hindi naman kasi totoo yung mga kadamihan, parang 90% doon hindi totoo. Kasi kung alam nyo lang kung paano namin siya anuhin, kahit siya yung pinakamatanda, like lalo na nung nawala na si Papa, na dapat siya yung tatay, yung padre de pamilya. Hindi okay lang. Tapos ganito pa yung nangyayari. Lalo na kung merong mga sumusulsul or nakikialam sa kanya na instead of in a positive way, nagiging negative. Ewan ko kung ano yung naririnig nila. Kaya na kasi hindi siya makarinig eh. So ang tendency, sisigaw ka. Parang ganun. Sisigaw ka. So baka mamaya akala ng mga nakakarinig sa labas or kung ano, sinisigawan ka or kung ano. Kaya ngayon sinasabing, parang nung napanood ko nga yung ano na may minamaltrato daw siya. Never siyang minamaltrato. At hindi kami ganung klaseng tao and hindi kami pinalaki ng magulang namin na magmaltrato ng kahit kapatid pa. Ibang tao nga, wala kami minamaltrato, tapos kapatid pa. Sobrang alaga yan eh.
Alaga?
Alaga, in a way alaga na, niya? Hindi po, inaalagaan in a way na kapag halimbawa po, kagaya niyan, may kailangan siya, ibinibigay. Akala ng mga tao, mayaman kami. Hindi kami mayaman. Kung ano man yung nagagastos namin dito is pinagtatrabahuan po namin. We work for it. Na kapag meron siyang gusto, sabihin niya lang, wala naman akong dalawang isip na. Sabihin na, o bakit na naman? Binibili. Yung gamot niya, sige. O ikaw na lang magsabi kung kailan. Yung ganun. O tapos pag magpapabili ulit, bili. Without any kasi hindi ako nanunumbat, ayokong manumbat. Which is yun yung akala ng mga iba na ganun na kami kasama dito na magkakapatid. Yun
Kasi
yung
ang impression nga ho na nakukuha ng mga nakapanood, wala akong kayang pakialam sa inyong kapatid. Alam niyo po ba na sa isang pedicab lang siya natutulog? Doon siya nakatira for since October?
Ay, hindi po. Kasi po, kasi nag-hearing po eh. Tinanong ko din doon kung saan siya nakatira eh. Ang sabi, doon daw po siya, doon sa parang ginagawang, parang nire-renovate or bagong building ng barangay. Doon po, wala namang pedicab na nakikita doon noon that time. I don't know now bakit nagkaroon ng pedicab.
Ano mong reaction nyo? Nakita nyo doon siya na nakatira?
Saan po sa pedicab?
Oh, anong
Siyempre, ang naramdaman ko na parang, parang gumagawa ba ng para kaawaan or what? Yung parang ganun na iba yung sinabi nun sa amin. Tapos biglang ngayon may pinapakitang pedicab na wala namang pedicab dati na nakikita ko nung pumupunta kami doon. Yun lang naman po
pero
yung
yung mga taga-barangay mo, yun ang sinasabi.
Hindi ko na po alam sa kanila kung yun ang sinabi nila, which is nung tinanong ko naman po kung saan siya, ay doon sa ginagawang
Sa akala nyo ay lugar na papagawa ng mga tirahan, kampante kayo, okay sa inyo na wala siya rito sa bahay.
Hindi naman po sa ganun, kaya lang po, para malaman po ninyo kung ano yung totoong nangyari po. No?
Siguro, simulan natin.
Pinalayas, ganito po yun. Prior to that, one time, Saturday, Sunday, nagpaalam po yan. Kukunin daw niya yung pera sa munisipyo, yung sa bail yata niya dati na nangyari. Although alam na naman ng mga tao kung ano yung nangyari. Kukunin daw niya yung pera. So sabi kong gano'n, Monday daw pupunta siya doon. So sabi ko, sige, pero huwag ka naman magpapagabi na naman kasi walang kasama si Mama. Dahil sila, may trabaho, parang umaga, tulog naman sila so walang mag-aasikaso kay Mama. Pagdating ko ng gabi, wala siya. So nag-message ako sa kanya, hindi naman siya sumagot. Tinawagan ko siya, hindi naman siya sumasagot. So come Monday morning, nung paalis na ako, nakita ko naglalakad siya dyan sa may street niya, dyan sa may Tinanong ko siya, sabi ko, bakit hindi ka umuwi? Sabi kong ganyan. Ang sinabi niya, ay yung pera, kukunin ko yun sa pa daw, sa 29, parang may binanggit siyang ganun na date. Sabi ko, wala akong pakialam doon sa pera. Sino magbabantay kay Mama? Sabi kong ganun sa kanya. Umuwi ka na. Tapos sabi niya, yung pera, basta yung pera, tungkol sa pera. Sabi, tinalikuran ko dahil parang, ano ba naman yan? Ay, yung concern ko, si Mama, dahil walang magbabantay. Pagdating ko dito nung gabi, wala na siya, hindi na siya umuuwi. And then all of a sudden, pinabarangay na. Pati ako na halos hindi na ako nakikita po dito sa bahay dahil nga alis ako ng maaga, gabi na ako dumarating. Kasama ako sa pinabarangay. Opo, tatlo. Opo, tatlo kami. Ang dami pong mga reklamo eh. Sinasaktan daw, minamaltrato, hindi pinapakain. Parang gano'n na. Nakakalungkot lang kasi. Dapat siya yung nag-aaruga sa amin eh, kasi siya yung panganay. Pero, hindi ganun po yung nangyayari. Which is okay lang, kahit naman ako eh. Sige, akuhin ko na lang yung po yung responsibilidad. Parang ganun, pero sana naman, wag naman umabot na mag-aaway-away ang mga kapatid. Kasi never po nag-away-away ang mga magkakapatid, kahit po yung mga nasa ibang bansa, never po kami nag-aaway-away. Siguro yung away lang po nung nakita ko nung nandyan yung asawa niya, yun, parang yun yung away nilang dalawa. Pero yung kami magkakapatid, wala po kaming away ng magkakapatid. Naaawa nga ako pag pinapagalitan ni Papa yan nun eh. Mabait siya eh. Mabait siyang tao, wag lang yung masusulsulan. Naaawa din naman ako kapag pinapagalitan ni Papa. Eh, siyempre, tatay namin yun. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung reason kung bakit pinapagalitan. Siguro dahil nga hindi siya marunong mag-manage ng kanyang. Tapos inom ng inom gabi-gabi. Parang ganun. Siguro dahil dun. Hindi ko, wala pang. Harap ng nanay ko. Binubugbog lang po yun. Kasi nagkaroon po ng first hearing dati. Yung may nangyaring baranggayan na naman po noon. Yung unang baranggayan. So, natapos yun. Tapos kasi siguro natapos dahil anong tinanong, bakit siya nagpabarangay?
Wala daw.
Dahil wala daw siyang pera. Hindi natapos yung ano na yun. So, ang agreement is, wala nang pansinan, parang hangin na lang, para wala nang issue. O, tapos sabi kong ganun, since kiniklaim mo na sinasaktan ka, ganito ang gagawin natin. Pag sinaktan ka ngayon, pagdating ko ng gabi, sabihin mo sa akin ha. Sabi ko sa kanya, malinaw. Kada dumarating naman ako, wala. At saka pwede naman siyang pumunta ng barangay kung gusto niya kasi 24 hours yata yun, 24/7 naman yun. At pag dumarating naman ako ng gabi, lalabas siya. Lalabas lang ako. Di pinapayagan ko, nandito na naman ako. Ako na yung kay mama, parang ganyan. So, wala naman siyang binabanggit. And then all of a sudden, nung nandun na kami sa barangay, sinabi niya na, nung July 9, parang gano'n, ay, ang tagal na. Sabi ko, ano ba yan? Ang tagal-tagal na yan, ba't hindi mo sinasabi? Which is, usapan natin, magsabi ka pag totoong may nangyayari. So, paano ako maniniwala ngayon? Matagal na yun.
So, kinausap nyo rin, yung inyong manugang, yung asawa?
Opo, tinanong ko. Opo, tinanong ko, talaga bang sinasaktan mo? Parang, wala naman nangyari, hindi na nga pinapansin kasi after nung unang hindi na siya papansinin. Bawal na, parang ganun, hindi na papansinin.
Pero Mary, ikaw, wala kang napansin na nasigawan ba ng mister mo, yung sikbol, o
Hindi na.
nagkaroon ba sila ng konfrontasyon dalawa?
Hindi po. Ang ano lang, ang concern na namin si Mama. Minsan, pagka si Mama nakikita namin naglalakad mag-isa. Sabihan lang namin, si Mama naglalakad mag-isa doon, baka mabata. Tapos pag sabi niya, hindi mo naririnig. Siyempre, lalakasan namin boses namin. Minsan ako na lang magsasalita kasi ang nagiging impression ng uncle ko dito sa asawa ko, na sinisigawan siya. Kaya parang nami-misinterpret niya. Kaya sabi ko, ako na lang magsasalita, sabihin ko, ako na lang kasi pag siya nami-misinterpret siya. Kumbaga, nami-misinterpret.
Malakas po kasi ang boses.
Malakas. Nilalakasan ko rin boses ko na parang kala mo sumisigaw na rin. Pero syempre, ang concern namin si Mama. Kasi ilang beses na muntik matumba si Mama kasi mag-isa na lang lumabas ng kwarto. Eh syempre ako, minalagaan akong 2 bata. Nagtatrabaho, work from home, nagtatrabaho kami. Diyan kami lagi sa kwarto, nagtatrabaho. Syempre hindi namin matututukan si Mama din lagi. Kaya si Uncle Philip, siya yung nag-aalaga.
Kapag umaga, ako yung nagluluto ng almusal namin ni Mama. Pag tanghali, yun po yung yun ang pinag-usapan namin noon. Pag tanghali, siya yung magluluto para kay mama at saka pagkain niya. Tapos, pagdating ng gabi, sila naman yung nagluluto para sa lahat na. Kumbaga ako sa umaga, para lang kay mama at saka sa akin. Kasi kaya naman ni Manong Philip magluto eh. Kung anong gusto niyang pagkain eh. Lunch siya, silang dalawa na lang ni mama, hindi naman niya kailangan lutuan tong mga to dahil marunong din naman magluto. Gabi, sila naman. So, pagdating ko, ako na. Pagdating ng weekend na wala akong pasok, ako pa rin. Kasi syempre, parang the whole week siya na nga. Pero pag nandito ako naman. Yun naman ang responsibility ko.
So never niyang na-addict si Paul ng husband mo? Hindi niya nakawakan o hindi niya nakapayan o ano? Walang gano'n?
Hindi, wala.
So anyway, benefit of the doubt, di ba? Kaya ako kinukuha yung panig ko doon. Kasi may mga kapitbahay ko kayo na may mga mata at yung kinikwento nila sa amin. Meron yung gano'n. So wala talaga nangyayari?
Wala. Malakas lang talaga yung boses kasi hindi narinig.
Pero sa period na yun, from October up to now, hindi mo kayo talaga nag-effort para
Dali lang po
kausapin si Kuya?
Ganito po. Di po ba nawala siya? Tumira siya sa kaibigan niya. Pinaalis din siya.
Dito?
Pinaalis din siya. For whatever reason, pinaalis siya. So, bumalik dito. Di okay na. So, ang usapan namin magkakapatid, gumawa tayo ng agreement na ganito, na mag-focus tayo kay mama kasi ang pinaka-concern namin sa last na days ni mama is pasayahin naman natin kasi hindi niya alam kung ano yung nangyayari po. Hindi niya alam na may gantong gulo kasi hindi na siya nakakarinig. At ayaw namin ipakita na may mga ganitong nangyayari. So yun yung nasa usapan namin, nasa agreement, may kasalatan na inano namin sa barangay na yun nga, kakasuhan nga niya to na sinabi niya na iuurong, wala nang kasong gagawin para maging peaceful na. Yun nga yun. Okay na. And then all of a sudden na naman. Sabi niya ganun, pumunta na ako sa ganyan. Sinabi ko na doon na hindi ko na itutuloy. Nasaan yung letter na nagpapatunay, letter of desistance, na nagpapatunay na hindi mo na itutuloy. Ay hindi, sinabi ko lang doon. Ito na naman, sabi kong ganun. Tapos may dumating na resolusyon, nasa korte na, iko-korte na. So sabi kong ganyan, ano to? Sabi ko sa kanyang ganyan, di ba pinag-usapan na natin na wala na, tapos na. Sabi kong ganyan. Hindi, sinabi ko na eh. Sinabi ko na, ano nga ito? Hindi niya ma-explain. Sabi ko sa kanya, lagi ka na lang nagsisinungaling. Ever since, lagi ka na lang nagsisinungaling. Tapos sinabi ko sa kanya na, alam mo kung lagi ka na lang nagsisinungaling, umalis ka na lang dito. Nasabi ko yon. Pero, hindi sumisigaw. Nung ganun, na parang umalis ka na lang dito. Eh, pwede naman siyang hindi umalis eh.
Umalis?
Oo, nagulat na lang ako. May dala ng ano. So, ibig sabihin, it only proves na inaamin mo ang sinungaling ko.
Hindi, umalis na siya.
Umalis siya dun. Opo, yun na po yung simula.
Hindi na kayo nag-usap after niyan?
Hindi na po. Yun na po. Tapos yun na nga, sa barangay na.
Pero kayo po, willing ho kayo na makipagbati kay Kuhol?
Wala namang problema.
Willing nyo siyang tanggapin
Oo.
dito sa bahay?
Wala pong problema. Kapatid ko yan. Alam niyo po yun. Wala lang dapat makikialam. Yun lang yung ayoko kasi, yung ayaw namin, kasi parang may sumusulsul sa kanya, may nakikialam, may nagko-coach, may sasabi kung anong dapat niyang sabihin. Kasi yung tungkol doon sa kaso, wala naman siyang alam when it comes to do eh. Paano nangyari yun? Bakit biglang nagkaroon ng ganyang kaso? Anong alam mo? Which is inaayos na nga. Inaayos na nga po namin nun. Which is maayos na sana. Ay, tinuloy pa rin. Na nakapirma yung kaibigan.
I-atras niya na yung debanda niya. Tama? Para
Opo, para wala nang issue.
Samaan ng loob, wala nang issue.
Opo,
ganun.
wala pong issue.
At tatanggapin nyo siya rito ng buo.
Opo, yun nga pong pinaalis nga siya doon sa kaibigan. Nung bumalik dito, tinanggap naman namin eh. Kaya nga nagkaroon ng agreement eh. Bakit naman namin di tatanggapin? Kapatid namin yan.
Ito po pamilya.
Diba? Kapatid po namin.
Yung kanyang concern, no? Na pagbalik niya rito, baka saktan siya ulit.
Ay, hindi.
Hindi nga po siya
Hindi nga po siya
sinasaktan.
tinasaktan eh.
So, kailangan malinawan natin yung
Opo.
punto na yun, no? Gusto ko nga magkaharap-harap kayo rito para pag-usapan
Meron
na
pang
natin
yung,
ito.
kasi may tendency siya na kung since hindi siya masyadong nakakarinig, pag may term ka na negative, inaano niya kagad kasi sa sarili niya. Di ba?
Maganda magkaharap-harap sila, no? Para mag-usap-usap.
Opo, mas maganda po yung kausap namin
Okay lang
siya.
ba? Dali namin siya rito?
Siya lang po.
Siya lang po na walang
Yeah,
makikialam.
kami dalawa lang. Makakausap. Okay lang ba yun?
Opo, wala naman pong problema.
Susuin muna namin siya. Oo, talaga. Diyan lang muna kayo. Ang bahay ni Paul ay nandito lang sa tabi ng bahay nila. Ito yung kwarto na ating rentahan. Susunduin natin siya ngayon para makapag-usap-usap na yung pamilya at maayos na natin ito sa lalo madaling panahon. Si Carol, kinakausap namin. Sinusubukan ko ayusin yung problema niyong dalawa.
Opo.
Kung pwedeng magkabati na kayo. Okay ba sa'yo yun?
Opo.
Ha?
Opo.
Willing ka na makipagbati kay Carol?
Opo. Matagal na po.
Matagal na. O, halika, punta tayo ron. Ha? Para makapag-usap kayo. Punta muna kami ron doon, ha? Sige. Gusto ka naman niya makausap din. Para makausap na kayo, sabihan na kayo ng mga dapat niyong ayusin sa pamilya niyo. Makita mo na rin yung nanay mo. Ito na. Ito na kapatid mo. Mag-usap kayong dalawa. O paano nyo maayos ang inyong mga tampuhan. Ha? Buka dyan, Philip. Yan na, Philip. Paul, dito na si Carol.
Carol po.
Willing ka ba na mag-ayos na kayong dalawa para hindi na kayo nag-aaway?
Okay po.
Ha?
Opo.
O Carol, ano gusto mo sabihin kay Philip?
Ang gusto ko lang sabihin, Manong Philip, parati kong sinasabi sa'yo, makinig ka naman sa amin. Huwag kang makikinig sa iba. Kami yung mga kapatid mo eh. Hindi naman aabot kasi ng ganito kung nakinig ka. Di ba? Ewan ko kung anong pinifeed sa'yo. Yun yung nakakasama ng loob kung ano yung pinifeed sa'yo eh. Which is nag-usap-usap na tayo, pero hindi ka pa rin nakinig.
Madalas naman pag sinasaktan ng eh.
Nasaktan na naman. Hindi. Di ba? Sige po.
Tinatanggi kasi ho nila, Mang Paul, na sinasaktan kayo. Paano pala nakit pag ginagawa sa'yo?
Opo.
Paano ka sinasaktan?
Minsan, hinahagis nga.
Nahagis. Grabe. Hagis.
Minsan, pinapalo ko dito.
Hala.
Minsan,
Sige. Ano yung usapan natin noon?
Let's show our friends instead.
Di ba ang usapan, pag may ganyang nangyayari, sasabihin mo sa akin pagdating ko galing ng opisina. Bakit hindi mo sinasabi sa akin?
Lagi mong kinakampen mo siya.
Paano mo naman napoprove na lagi akong kumakampi?
Manugang mo.
Bakit ko kakampihan ang mali kung may mali? Kung totoo ba yung sinasabi mo? Di ba? At yun din ang sinabi ni Ferdinand sa atin noon, sa'yo, na kapag may ganyan nangyayari, sabihin kagad sa akin.
Okay, ngayon nga, sinasabi niya, hindi gano'n nangyari. Paano natin marunong?
Hindi po, paano mapoprove kung totoo? Which is wala naman ako dito, ang tagal-tagal na po nun. Yun yung doon eh, sana right there and then, sinabi na niya para ma-prove natin or na totoo nga yung nangyayari. Eh wala, pinaabot ng ilang taon, ilang buwan, parang ganyan, parang inipon.
So para hindi na mangyari yun, paano mo babantayan yung sitwasyon? Hindi maapektuhan na naman si Paul.
Yun nga, yung kwarto ko, yung pinto, giniba.
Sinira.
Hindi pa.
Kaya yan ang ano niya.
Ganun nga ang sitwasyon ngayon, no? So, meron kayong demandahan sa korte.
I-atras ko na po.
Oo, yan. I-atras na rin. Parang plano.
Sa March 26.
Basta make it sure lang talaga na hindi mangyayari yung sinasabi mo noon na hindi mo tinuloy pero tumuloy pa rin. Alam mo yun kasi maayos na eh. Maayos na dapat nun eh.
Pero hindi ka ba nangangamba na kung babalik ka dito, sasaktan ka ulit? Wala kang ganong iniisip?
Sana nga hindi na.
Hindi na. Kaya ba natin i-assure yun yung sinasabi niya?
Wala naman po problema doon. Wala naman po eh. Oo naman. Wala naman kasi. Dapat kasi sinasabi ka agad. Yun yung ano doon. Basta lagi kong sinasabi sa kanya, namin, pag may nangyaring ganyan, sabihin para ma-confirm natin kung totoo. Para maayos ka agad. Yun lang naman ang ano eh. Yun lang naman ang sinasabi parati namin. Wala naman sinasabi. So paano? Ano, parang masyado naman nagiging ano na kami. Parang, yun nga, yung kiniklaim niya na kasi kumakampi ako. Kiniklaim mo na naman. Paano mo na assure na kakampi ako sa kanya? Yun, Manong Philip eh.
Wala ka nakikita gano'n?
Wala naman po. Wala naman.
Wala ba siya nakikita?
Pag wala na siya, doon ako sinasaktan.
Wala.
Pag gusto niya akong saktan.
Magiging kampante ka ba? Natitira ka dito ulit?
Opo.
Hindi ka ba nangangamba na mayroong gano'n na nangyayari?
Hindi na po. Hindi na po.
Okay, so anong gagawin mo? Ka kasama ni Jay dito sa bahay na to?
Kasi sana hindi ako saktan.
Basta hindi ka sasaktan.
At anong gagawin mo kapag may nangyaring ganyan ulit?
Anong gagawin mo? Pag sinaktan ka ulit?
Sa sinasabi mo, kiniklaim mo kung totoo ba, anong gagawin mo? Anong gagawin mo?
Kanino ka lalapit? Ha? Kanino ka magsusumbong? Saan ka magsusumbong pag ganyan? Pag nangyari yan?
Wala po.
Wala.
Wala?
Hindi pwedeng wala.
Hindi pwede.
Sasabihin ko na lang sa kanya, mama.
O yun, sabihin mo sa akin, oo.
Sabihin mo sa amin kapag may nangyaring ganyan.
Ganun ang gagawin mo.
Kapag nangyayari ganyan.
Hindi yung paabutin mo ng ilang buwan, ilang ano, ha? O kaya kung sino man mga tao dyan na hindi naman sinasabi din sa amin. Para maayos ka agad. Ganun lang yun, Manong Philip.
Katapos itong pag-uusap ko ito, di magkaayos na kayong dalawa, usap na kayo ulit. Pwede na siyang bumalik mo na dito, pabalik-balik siya doon sa nanay niyo.
Pwede naman po.
Anytime. Hindi ka na kailangan magpaalam o ano. Pwede ka lang pumasok dito para bisitahin yung nanay mo.
Basta gising si Mama, ha, Manong Philip, huwag mong gigisingin. Basta gising si Mama, huwag mong gigisingin.
Basta pwede ka lang tumambay-tambay dito sa bahay na to.
Pag si Mama?
Pag tulog daw,
huwag mong gigisingin si Mama pag natutulog.
Pag gising lang, pwede mo. Pero pwede ka lang pumasok dito sa bahay na to. Hindi ka na nila pagbabawalan. Okay?
Yung papagod.
Dati natin. Dati mo lahat. Lipat mo sa lahat ng gamit mo. Walang problema. Dali mo yung refrigerator mo, yung kama mo, yung lutuan mo, yung rice cooker mo, dali mo dito lahat. Pero, ganito gawin natin. Huwag ka munang lumipat agad. Bigyan mo na natin ng mga isang buwan.
Huwag mo na.
Dito ka muna for 1 month.
Doon ka daw muna.
Doon ka muna for 1 month. Unti-untiin natin para hindi nabibigla. No? So, doon ka muna, tapos balik-balik ka lang dito. After mga 1 month, pwede ka na ulit bumalik, no? Carol, pwede na siyang lumipat dito ulit.
Wala namang problema. Mag-uusap pa kami ng mga kapatid ko.
Mag-uusap yung mga kapatid. Yung mga kapatid ko kakausapin para magkaayos-ayos na kayo.
Naaawa din ako sa kanya kasi may mga nakikialam. Nakakaawa. Ayoko naman may makikialam sa kanya.
Umuli akong ulam.
Hindi kayo nag-aaway-aaway.
Wala. Never kami nag-away magkakapatid. Tanungin nyo dito.
Di ba? Para hindi na nagkakatampuhan. Pagsabihan na kung ano man dapat sabihin. Pag may nangyayaring hindi maganda, sabihin agad. At naririto kami para pakinggan yan. Kung sakaling may mangyaring hindi maganda, sa abot ng ating mga kaya, resolvahin mo na. Para hindi na po lumala. Kasi nangihinayin din po kayo sa inyong mga magkakapatid eh. Magkakapatid po kayo, hindi po kayo dapat nag-aaway-away.
Opo.
Ang buhay natin sa mundo, hindi naman si nanay, ilang taon na lang siguro yan. Hopefully, tumagal pa. Ilang taon na lang yung makakasama. So dapat mangibabaw yung respetuhan at pag-ibigan.
Yun nga po peace within the house.
Anong pakiramdam mo?
Salamat po. Salamat po.
Anong pakiramdam mo ngayon?
Okay po, okay. Okay.
Masaya ka ba?
Opo. Salamat sa Diyos nga.
Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Carol? May gusto ka ba sabihin sa kanya?
Lagi akong nagdadasal na maayos na lahat ang problema.
Hopefully, ito na nga yung sagot sa mga dasal mo.
Pati kami, nagdadasal din magkakapatid. Isa lang ang gusto namin, maging maayos. Dahil wala po talagang ganito na nangyayari. First time sa buhay namin, kung kailan nawala pa si Papa.
So, ano pakiramdam mo? Nandiyan na sa harap ng ibo.
Siyempre po, makukumpleto na naman, kaya lang, siguraduhin lang yan na sumunod talaga. Huwag makikinig sa mga...
Kapag
yun
may
lang
nangyari hindi maganda, sabihin agad sa'yo.
Opo.
Yun ang usapan natin, ha?
Opo.
Sabihin mo agad kay Carol kung may problema ka. Kahit anong problema mo, sabihin mo sa kanya. Nandiyan ba yung asawa mo? Pwede mo ba tawagin? Para magkain sila sa dalawa. Di ba si Jay? Carol? Jay?
Yan po.
Ano? Sige,
Sige po.
Sige po.
Ang nangabuso,
Okay. Sige, Jay. Ang kinikwento kasi ni Philip, sinasaktan mo raw siya. Ano ba? Ito ba yun?
Pinitulang ng mga dito. At saka naging kagawad naman po sa solution ng doctor na pag meron pong mga reklamo kong linya, dapat agad-agad magpapamedical legal po kayo. Kung po talaga may nangyari po. Ito nga wala sila na-request na medical legal. Ano lang po kasi talaga nangyayari. Ito gano'n.
Anong pakiramdam mo na babalik ulit siya rito sa bahay mo?
Ilindas naman po siya bumalik. Hindi po ako nakikilang talaga sa family matters po. Kaya kung ano po yung decision ng family, papabalik po, hindi ko naman po talaga pinapansin. Ang ano ko lang po talaga, nakaka-trauma lang po yun na nagkaroon po ako ng kaso. Wala naman po ako ginagawa.
Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Jay?
Sana, hindi na niya ako sasaktan na kagaya ng ginagawa niya sa yung dati ginagawa niya. Kung siya, gusto niya akong sasaktan ng sisipet. O kaya babatok at gano'n. O kaya yung hindi pa ako papaluin, gano'n. Sana hindi na maulit yun.
So moving forward tayo, Jay. Huwag na natin masyadong pag-usapan yung detalye nung nakaraan na kaso. Ano lang ang masasabi mo kay Kuro?
Sana, kung sino talaga yung pamilya mo, kung sino yung kadugo mo na hindi ka talaga iniwanan sa ere at hindi ka ginagamit, mapa-artista ka man o nung hindi, sana dun ka kumampi. Hindi yung nakikinig ka dahil lang magkakapera sila yung makikinabang sa'yo. Sana naman huwag tayong maging uto-uto. Kasi, tayo mo ano nangyayari, nasisira na lahat.
Okay na ba?
Okay na po.
Magkamay kayong dalawa. Ayan. Moving forward na tayo. Wala na mangyayaring kung ano man yung away-away o
Pero nagit ko kami sa premium sa mga po.
Gurod ka lang.
Pero sa akin na lang po, pinapasados ko na lang po kung ano po mga masyado na po maraming iwakas nila ginagawa. Saka at the end of the day, yun naman ang dapat nating respeto, no? Kailangan natin makisama sa pamilya nito.
Yung demanda ko, i-atras ko na. Walang maano.
Wala nang gulo.
Yun lang.
Gusto mo sabi sa mama?
Kamusta na si mama ko? Love na love ako ni mama.
At love na love ko rin si mama. Diba? Gusto mo na siya makita?
Ba?
Gusto mo na makita mama mo?
Pinagdadasal ko na sana makita ko si mama.
At natupad na nga ang pangarap ni Philip na muling masilayan ang kanyang ina.
Nakasmile eh. Hello po.
Hindi matatawaran ang saya na nadarama ngayon ni na Philip at ni Carol. Dahil matapos ang ilang buwan, huli na naman silang nabuo bilang isang pamilya.
Ang nangabuso walang pinipiling biktima. Ako walang pinipiling
70, 280, 290, 300, 20.
Nangyayari kasi sir, utang. So kung di mo makakabayad, wala kang pambayad, uutang ka na naman. Hindi ko na alam.
So, 9,900, no? Ipagkakasya mo to ng ilang araw.
Pwede rin hindi. Oo, pwede rin bukas. Kaya isip pa nga ng iba dyan, pag nakautang ng malaki, nagpapakamatay. Parang sugal, nakikipagsugal ka.
Minsan nagtago po ako, wala na po akong magawa. Ika kasi po makipag-away naman po yun.
Ampe, makabaso lang pa itak, kag may bayad mo.
Paraan tayo! Let's go it!
Bigyan nila kami ng pansin na konti.
Dahil baon na kami sa mga utang, sir eh.
Nasa yugto ka na matinding krisis talaga.
Pito sa bawat 10 Pilipino ang may problema sa utang. Pinakamalala ito sa lahat ng mga bansa sa Asia-Pacific region. Paanong mabuhay ang mga may ganitong mabigat na pasan? Umaga hanggang gabi, utang at mga due date ang nasa isip ng tricycle driver na si Tatay Jovinal.
Wala akong ano. Takot ako sa utang nun eh. Noong time na nadadagdagan anak ko, naging 5. Nag-start na ako makapangutang. Kinaya ko naman lahat, sir. Kaya lang, itong mga huli na, lumaki. Hanggang sa, hindi ko na talaga kaya sa bayaran. Hindi ko alam kung paano mabayaran.
Sa tansya mo, magkano ang utang mo ngayon?
Yun, ang computation ko, sir, kasi totally, kinumpute ko na yan, nasa 220 to 230,000.
Ilang beses po kayong nagbabayad ng utang sa isang araw?
Magbaba, 4 na beses. Matagal yun bago matapos. Talagang, ewan ko. So na lang kung saan ako makarating.
Ilan pa kailangan natin para makabayad?
Matapos ang ilang oras ng pamamasada, oras na para sa unang singil kay Tatay Jovinal ngayong araw. Sa kinitang 410 pesos, 200 ang inihulog para sa kanyang utang. Pero bukod dito, 100 piso pa ang itinagdag ni Tatay Jovinal para ipangbayad sa utang ng iba.
Bali itong ina na to, ito yung utang ko na tinarap ko, hindi siya nagbayad na sinasabi niya. Walang binigay, hindi ko naman talaga nakita.
Siya garantor kasi.
Sinasakripisyohan ko to.
Siya garantor.
So wala talaga akong nakitang ina at wala akong dinalang ina. Hindi ko alam kung paano nangyari. So ayoko lang na magkasama kami ng loob kasi pinagkatiwalaan niya ako sa pagkakataon na wala man akong income. Pero nagulat lang ako ba't nagkaroon ng ganyang bagay. Sakripisyo ko sarili ko para bayaran tong 6,000.
Sabi ko, siya garantor nun eh. Sabi ko sa kanya, sige, para hindi ka mahirapan, hulugan mo 100 araw-araw.
Pero pa yun?
Oo, pero sabi siya ko ba?
Anong dumaan sa isip mo kung bakit pumayag ka maging guarantor?
Gusto ko na sila matulungan kung ano ang pangangailangan.
Yung mga kapitbahay?
Oo, mga kapitbahay kasi una, kilala, kumari, mga ganyan. Ayoko naman na minsan lang lalapit sa'yo sabi tanggihan mo pa.
Sa Rosario, Cavite, mahimbing pang natutulog ang iba, pumapalaot na ang mangingisdang si Teddy. 800 piso ang kanilang inutang para sa gasolina at baon magdamag.
Kami dalawang magkasama, ako sa ibabaw, siya nasidid, pagkaon, kung ano nandyan, nahuhuli, naayos ko.
Labo. Halos blackout eh.
Ito, lapo sir, limasag, isang piraso, kitang, tragiti, yan. Pugita sir, yan lang sir, wala na. Ito, logi. Wala pambili ng bigas. Hindi namin alam kung anong gagawin namin bukas, ipapaliwanag sa tindahan sa inutangan namin. Mga utang namin, hindi naman namin mababayaran.
Dahil hindi maibenta ang kakaunting huli nila kagabi, ipinangulam na lamang ito nila Teddy.
Paubos na talaga. Punta mo na tindahan, mamimutang pa. Wala na. Sa'yo. Bukas ko na lang to bayaran, ha? Wala.
1
Paano yan? Yung inutang nyo para makapangisda kagabi?
Problema naman yun, sir.
Hindi nyo nabawi?
Hindi namin nabawi.
Paano yung mga utang na kailangan mong bayaran ngayong araw?
Ay, pagkikisapan ko lang, sir. Kaya talagang walang-wala eh.
Matagal nang gipit ang mga mangingisda dito. Pero sa nakaraang mga taon, lalo raw humirap ang buhay dahil sa dredging o paghuhukay ng buhangin ng malalaking barko sa laot. Panambak daw ito ng mga reclamation project sa paligid ng Manila Bay.
Hindi kami makapaghanap buhay na maayos. At dito lang naman kami naghahanap buhay sa tapat namin dahil ang usapan ng...
For almost 20 years, Ellen DeGeneres ended every episode of her show the same way, by telling her audience to be kind. It went way past the point of being a catchphrase. It was her identity, her brand, and the foundation of her empire. But there was just one problem. It was all an act. Ellen's charade paid off big time. Her show became the beating heart of daytime television, pulling in over 3 million daily viewers at its peak. If you were an A-list celebrity with something to promote, Ellen was your first stop. If you went viral on the internet, Ellen was calling. If you had a heartwarming story to tell, Ellen's producers were already on the phone. Even if you never sat down to watch a full episode, her clips were everywhere, racking up billions of views across YouTube and social media. You couldn't escape it, and at the center of all the fun, the giving, and the good vibes was one smiling face. Ellen had crafted the perfect persona. She was relatable yet aspirational, funny but never mean, successful but always humble. She danced with her audience, pranked celebrities, and gave away millions to people in need. There was no better role model, and she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom to prove it. However, her show, her mantra, her entire personality turned out to be one big elaborate lie. 2020 is where it all went wrong for Ellen. Former employees spoke about a toxic workplace based on fear and intimidation. Clips resurfaced of her humiliating guests and audience members, and she got slaughtered online for the way she handled the pandemic. The woman who preached kindness day in and day out got exposed for being nasty and mean-spirited, and there was no going back. Her reputation was destroyed, and recently she fled the US altogether. So how did we let someone so cruel become one of the most powerful figures in entertainment? To understand that, we need to go back to where it all began, before the fame, before the show, and before Be Kind was ever even a thing. Ellen's story starts in the late 1970s, when she first tried her hand at stand-up comedy in Louisiana. It wasn't some childhood dream. She stumbled into it after cycling through jobs as a bartender, a waitress, a house painter, and even a vacuum cleaner saleswoman. Her first attempt at comedy came at a public speaking event at a coffee shop in New Orleans, where she was so nervous she could barely get her words out, but something clicked.
Have you always wanted to do comedy?
No, I really didn't. Until I got on stage, until I was talked into it, because I didn't want to, do it until some friends said, we're having a benefit, we need to raise some money, and I don't even know what the benefit was for. It was like, I think somebody needed a new pair of jeans or something at the time. And I went on stage, and I don't even know what I did, but it was funny at the time. I loved it. It was just the greatest feeling, and it just fell in my lap.
She continued performing anywhere that would have her, and by 1981, she managed to become an MC at Clyde's Comedy Club. Her material wasn't edgy or political. It was just honest observations about everyday life that people could relate to. Word spread about this quirky blonde comedian from Louisiana, and by 1984, she was touring nationally. Showtime even crowned her the funniest person in America that year, which gave a major boost to her career.
Hi, I'm Ellen DeGeneres, the funniest person in America. We're out here in the Texas Panhandle right now, searching for next year's winner.
By 1986, Ellen had landed a coveted spot on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, joining the ranks of up-and-coming comedians making their mark on late-night television.
I've been keeping in shape lately, You have to. I'm getting older. I'm 27. People say, you don't look 27. You look like you're about 23. I'm lucky because that runs in my family. My grandmother is 97. She looks about 93. That whole fitness thing runs in my family, though, I think. My grandmother started walking 5 miles a day when she was 60. She's 97 today, and we don't know where the hell she is.
The Tonight Show opened new doors. She began appearing regularly on cable specials and late night shows, building her reputation as a reliable performer with clean, accessible humor. By 1989, she'd caught the attention of Fox, who cast her in a new sitcom called Open House. The show lasted 2 seasons, with Ellen playing a wisecracking receptionist at a real estate office. It wasn't a hit, but it gave her valuable experience in front of the camera. In 1992, ABC gave her another shot with Lauryn Hill, where she played an eccentric nurse. The show was cancelled after just 4 episodes, but ABC executives saw something in Ellen. They liked her enough to develop a new series built entirely around her comedic persona. The show premiered in 1994 under the title These Friends of Mine, following Ellen as a neurotic bookstore owner in LA. By season 2, the network had renamed it simply Ellen, signaling their confidence in their new star. The gamble paid off. The show found its audience, settling into a comfortable groove in ABC's primetime lineup. For 3 seasons, the show played it safe. It followed familiar sitcom beats, relationship mishaps, workplace humor, and friend group dynamics. But behind the scenes, Ellen was wrestling with a secret that was becoming increasingly difficult to keep. In 1996, she made a decision that would put her entire career on the line. She was going to come out.
I didn't even realize the internal homophobia and the shame that I was still dealing with. I thought, if I just say the words, I'm gay, if I just do that, that's going to be enough.
Ellen pitched the idea of her character on the show coming out as well to ABC. Executives were divided, with some supporting the move and others being strongly opposed, but eventually she got the green light. The episode was titled The Puppy Episode, which was a codename they used to keep it secret during production, but the news ended up getting out anyway. At the time, gay characters on television were almost non-existent, and the idea of a show's main character being openly gay was unthinkable, so unsurprisingly, there was a lot of backlash. Various sponsors, including JCPenney, Johnson & Johnson, and Chrysler, decided not to buy advertising time during that episode. A few weeks before it aired, Ellen appeared on the cover of Times magazine with the words, "Yep, I'm gay," written in big, bold letters. Despite the resistance it faced, 42 million Americans tuned in to see the episode, which was a record for the show. And ultimately, it won an Emmy Award for Outstanding Writing for a Comedy Series.
Why can't I just say the truth? I mean, be who I am. I'm 35 years old. I'm so afraid to tell people. I mean, Susan, I'm gay.
Ellen also appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show with her then partner Anne Heche.
Why was it necessary for you to come out, tell the public? Why was it necessary for the character to do so? Because it's okay. Because it is okay.
ABC renewed the show for a 5th season, which starred a newly confident Ellen as she went out on dates, found a serious girlfriend, and enjoyed her life as an out gay woman. However, the network slapped a parental advisory warning at the beginning of each episode, despite the fact that the comedy was still gentle. To make matters worse, the show was widely criticized for being too gay, even by people within the LGBT community. Religious groups protested, critics fired insults, and worst of all, the show received a bomb threat. Ratings plummeted as the season progressed until the program was cancelled altogether. After this, Hollywood turned its back on Ellen. The woman who'd made television history found herself struggling to get work. She attempted to launch another sitcom, but networks weren't interested. The few auditions she got were bit parts that seemed designed to mock her sexuality rather than celebrate it. Her relationship with actress Anne Heche, which had been groundbreaking as one of the first openly gay celebrity couples, began to crumble under the spotlight. After 3.5 years together, Heche left Ellen in 2000.
You broke up with her because she had a lot of money, or you broke up with her because...
I broke up with her because her goal was to have a lot of money, and mine was to find love, and hers was I want 60 billion. Good luck. Our forks are never going to meet.
With everything falling apart around her, Ellen tried to return to her roots with a stand-up special called The Beginning. The title was meant to symbolize a fresh start, but the special failed to reignite her career. In 2001, she finally managed to get a new sitcom which aired on CBS, but it only lasted for 13 episodes before it was cancelled. However, just when it seemed like Hollywood had written her off completely, an unexpected opportunity changed everything. In 2003, Pixar cast her as Dory, a forgetful blue tangfish in Finding Nemo. The role perfectly suited Ellen's comedic timing and quirky delivery. The film was a massive hit, grossing over $870 million worldwide, and suddenly Ellen was back in the public's good graces. That same year, she launched what would go on to become her empire, The Ellen DeGeneres Show.
It's September 8th. This is our very, very first show, and you are my very first audience.
The format was simple but effective. While other talk shows chased scandal and controversy, Ellen offered something different, pure, uncomplicated fun. She danced with her audience, played games with celebrities, and promoted feel-good stories that made people smile. The show was an instant hit. Ellen had found the perfect balance between celebrity interviews and touching human stories. A-list celebrities felt comfortable on her couch knowing they wouldn't face difficult questions, and regular people came on to share their viral videos or inspiring stories, usually leaving with life-changing gifts. The giving became a cornerstone of the show, whether it was cars for struggling families, college tuition for deserving students, or houses for heroes. Ellen became known as television's most generous host. Her catchphrase, "Be kind to one another," wasn't just words. She seemed to be living it every single day.
And the Emmy goes to the Ellen DeGeneres Show.
The accolades poured in. By 2010, the show was winning Emmy Awards year after year. Ellen had successfully transformed herself from a controversial figure into America's daytime sweetheart. But beneath this carefully crafted image of kindness and generosity, cracks were starting to form. The most concerning example came in 2008. Rumors were circulating that Mariah Carey was pregnant, and when Ellen had her on the show, she turned the interview into a manipulative game. She brought out champagne, trying to force Mariah to either drink, revealing she wasn't pregnant, or refuse and confirm that she was. Mariah was visibly uncomfortable and tried to dodge the situation, but Ellen wouldn't take no for an answer.
The other thing is that people are saying that that you're pregnant. There's rumors.
Don't discuss that.
All right. Well, you don't have to.
No,
answer.
that's okay.
No,
honestly,
you
how
don't
do
have to
I,
answer me. Let's just toast with champagne and decide.
This is
I'm
peer
just gonna
pressure.
say.
You see what Ellen is doing? This is peer pressure.
No. Let's toast to you not being pregnant. If you're not pregnant, then we should.
Oh my goodness. It's too early for me. I only drink it after 3 p.m.
Yeah. You're pregnant. You're pregnant.
No,
you
I
are
didn't say that. No.
Mariah has since admitted that this interview made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She was in fact pregnant at the time, but chose to keep the news to herself because she'd previously suffered a miscarriage. Sadly, shortly after Mariah's appearance on the show, her worst nightmare came true because she miscarried again. Ellen's habit of pressuring her guests to get the inside scoop led to another infamous moment a few years later, this time with Taylor Swift. Taylor was on the show to promote her new album, but Ellen was far more interested in interrogating her about her love life.
You were here with your boyfriend Zac Efron last time. How's he doing?
We actually never dated.
Yes, you did. So when y'all were here, but obviously late nights y'all are spending together, y'all wrote that song for me. When you're touring, will that song be on stage?
I'll have to call Zac. Get the rights to it.
Well, you probably talked to him earlier today. How's he doing?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while because we didn't date.
Yes, you did. Why do you deny it?
Because we didn't.
Oh, okay. Which song is about Zac on the new CD?
There's nothing really about Zac on the CD because we didn't date.
All right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
At this point, the interview was already pretty uncomfortable. Ellen had an agenda she wanted to push, and nothing Taylor could say would change that. Later, Ellen forced Taylor into playing a game where she'd show pictures of different male celebrities on screen, and Taylor would have to ring a bell if she dated them.
All right,
we didn't date.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's ridiculous to show Zac. They never did date. Okay. Hold it like you're gonna ring it at some point. Okay. All right. Danny DeVito, did y'all date?
You know I can't talk about that.
All right. All right, John.
What do I don't know what I'm.
You're supposed to ring.
But I don't want to. I don't want to.
All right, I'll ring.
Because they'll send me angry emails, and I don't want to get them.
I'll hold it for you.
What are you doing to me? This is me.
Okay, all right.
She's on the brink of tears and everyone is laughing, and Ellen is ignoring all her requests to stop. This was brutal to watch. You can tell they didn't have that in the pre-interview. Poor Taylor. Over the years that followed, there were many moments where Ellen's mask slipped. There was the interview with Hassan Minhaj, where she mispronounced his name, then insisted that she'd got it right.
And it's Hassan Minhaj.
No.
Yes.
No.
Really?
Well, my name is Hassan Minhaj.
Oh.
There was the interview with Katy Perry where she completely forgot that Katy had been married to Russell Brand, despite having given her a wedding gift in a previous episode of the show.
You're not married.
I was when I was 25.
Were you?
Yeah, it's been a long time, honey.
To who?
No wrinkles, no lines.
To who?
His name is Russell Brand.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Russell. Yeah.
Remember, you gave me some wedding gifts on this show.
Yes, I do. I do.
Cool.
Yeah.
There was a time she had to go at Celine Dion for not cutting her son's hair.
I'm not too much into politics stuff.
All right. Well, it seems like you're busy with something because you're forgetting to cut your son's hair. Look at him. He is beautiful, but look at his hair. When are you going to cut that hair?
There were also the numerous interviews with Sofia Vergara where she'd repeatedly mock her accent.
Do you get gifts?
I get gifts.
Yeah, what kind of gifts do you get? Can you get rid of the accent?
No, I can't. I've tried and I'm too old already.
I mean, literally, you've been on this show for 10 years and your accent has gotten worse. How is that possible?
None of this was okay, but Ellen's guests would generally give her a pass. Most people tend to avoid confrontation, and even more so when there are cameras rolling. However, there was one guest who refused to put up with Ellen's shit, Dakota Johnson. On a 2019 episode of the show, Ellen fired a jab at Dakota for not inviting her to her birthday party, but it turns out she did.
You turned 30.
I did.
And how was the party? I wasn't invited.
Actually, no, that's not the truth, Ellen. You were invited. Last time I was on the show, last year, you gave me a bunch of shit about not inviting you, but I didn't even know you wanted to be invited. But I did invite you and you didn't come, so.
This time you invited me?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know? I don't think so.
Ask everybody. Ask Jonathan, your producer. Who said you were?
I was invited? Why didn't I go?
I don't know.
Was it? Oh yeah, I had that thing.
These types of uncomfortable moments didn't just take place with celebrities. For example, in one segment from the same year, Ellen mocked and degraded a translator who was helping her interview a young Chinese-speaking guest, turning what should have been a pleasant moment into an exercise in public humiliation.
I think you'd be good at everything because you play the ukulele and then now you're playing electric guitar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What else do you want to learn?
你现在在学怎么弹电子吉他，你还想再学什么？
Just one question. Just what else does he want? I don't know what you're telling him, but just ask him what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry. 你现在还想学什么？
See, that was that short.
After this, the translator got flustered and lost her composure, but Ellen just wouldn't give her a break.
学 fingerstyle 的木吉他。So a fingerstyle guitar, besides electric guitar.
A fingerstyle? What's a fingerstyle? Oh, acoustic. Well, don't just ask him. Don't look at me and go, I don't know. We're not having a conversation. I'm asking him, what is a fingerstyle?
Acoustic.
You don't know that. Ask him.
Okay. 你现在弹的是 fingerstyle， 你知道是什么？
我知道 fingerstyle 是什么，就是。
Well, he knows what a fingerstyle is.
But we don't.
那你能不能给我们解释一下是什么？
就是会，就弹一些演奏曲子，就是只单。
Never mind. Okay. I've lost interest.
You've got a feel for that translator. She was clearly very nervous. Ellen's mean streak extended to her audience members too. In one particularly cruel segment, she set up a free merchandise table with hidden cameras, instructing audience members to take only one item each. When one woman took an extra item, Ellen played the footage to the entire audience, then publicly shamed her.
Then she goes back and she returns one of her stolen items and she switches it out for a hat. Hello. What's your name?
My sister couldn't come, so that was her souvenir.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of people's sisters couldn't come. Look, I like that you like the product so much that you wanted to bring one back for your sister. But now when you go like to Costco or you're the kind of person like when you go trick-or-treating and nobody's home, you don't just take you take the bowl, you just walk away.
She proceeded to force the woman to sit in what she called Ellen Jail, a makeshift prison on stage.
Let that be a lesson to you, because you think
it is.
You think nobody's watching you, and you just need to be a good person just because you want to be a good person. You go sit in that Ellen Jail over there right now. No, you'll steal stuff back there. Come here, this way. What's your sister's name?
Anna.
All right, well, Anna got you in big trouble.
Crime doesn't fit the punishment. She shouldn't be humiliated on national TV in front of millions for stealing a $5 free hat. Another worrying encounter happened between Ellen and the famous YouTuber Nikki Tutorials. Nikki appeared on the show in January 2020, and she was excited to share her story of coming out as transgender. But behind the scenes, she experienced a very different Ellen to what she expected. Apparently, Ellen was very icy towards her and didn't give her access to the same facilities she gave her other guests. Upon returning back to her home country of the Netherlands, Nikki went on a talk show where she called Ellen out.
Hoe was het bij Ellen DeGeneres?
Nou, laat ik zeggen dat er een groot verschil is tussen De Wereld Draait Door en Ellen. En dan geef ik jullie het positieve handje.
Want?
Punt.
Nou.
Nou, daar wil ik meer weten.
Nou ja, er zijn bepaalde... Kijk, bijvoorbeeld, het is wel heel leuk dat jij wel vooraf hallo komt zeggen en zo. Het is bij Ellen in ieder geval, het is wat ik heb meegemaakt hier en andere landen, is dat gewoon een hele andere wereld. Het zit gewoon iets anders.
Afstandelijke killer.
Tikje. Het is wel echt dat ik zo'n podium mocht betreden, is natuurlijk de grootste eer, laat ik dat voorop stellen. Maar het is wel een andere wereld. Eurovisie.
Someone paying attention would have noticed all these red flags, but generally, Ellen's reputation for generosity overshadowed any controversies. After all, this was the same woman who raised millions for disaster relief after Hurricane Katrina, donated $1.6 million to help kids attend college, and gave away $250,000 to a firefighters charity. But even Ellen's charitable nature wasn't quite what it seemed. Most of the donations came from corporate sponsors, not Ellen herself, despite her $75 million yearly salary. And in some cases, the gift giving went horribly wrong. In one of the show's most revealing moments, a college student came on to share how she'd been donating blood plasma just to afford her education. Ellen built the moment up, preparing to announce that the show would cover her $50,000 tuition. But mid-segment, producers informed her that they couldn't make the donation. Rather than reach into her own pocket, Ellen awkwardly offered the woman something she didn't need at all.
I'm doing kind of my general eds, but I'm like pre-dental.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of college.
It's a lot.
Yeah, how much is tuition?
It's like more than $50,000 right now. I get a little bit of financial aid, but
yeah,
it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
Well, it's a lot. Yeah. And your story is very sweet. And so I talked to my friends at Shutterfly. They want to help pay for. I'm sorry. What does that mean? I just. Okay. So this is awkward, but so. We're going to give you a computer.
Great. I mean,
we have the computer.
I have a computer, but
okay. But it's a nice computer.
This incident exposed an uncomfortable truth. Ellen's kindness had limits, and those limits usually stopped where her own wallet began. Before things really took a turn for the worst, Ellen found herself in a controversy with her own community. In 2019, she was spotted laughing with George W. Bush at a football game, the former US president who actively fought against gay rights and launched a devastating war in Iraq. When fans expressed outrage, Ellen dismissed their concerns, saying everyone should be kind to one another regardless of their beliefs. The woman who had once lost everything for being gay appeared to be more interested in protecting the elite than standing by her own community.
Here's the thing, I'm friends with George Bush. In fact, I'm friends with a lot of people who don't share the same beliefs that I have. But just because I don't agree with someone on everything doesn't mean that I'm not going to be friends with them. When I say be kind to one another, I don't mean only the people that think the same way that you do. I mean be kind to everyone.
It's no surprise Ellen fell back on her catchphrase here. At that point in her career, she'd pretty much hard-coded herself to use it at every opportunity, whether it was to bat away controversy like this, or to maintain or bolster her all-giving image. But little did she know that her very own words were about to be weaponized against her. In March 2020, comedian Kevin T. Porter made a tweet about Ellen saying this: "Right now, we all need a little kindness. You know, like Ellen DeGeneres always talks about. She's also notoriously one of the meanest people alive. Respond to this with the most insane stories you've heard about Ellen being mean, and I'll match everyone with $2 to LA Food Bank." The tweet went viral as hundreds of people began sharing their experiences with Ellen. Former employees, service workers, and entertainment industry professionals all had stories to tell, and they painted a very different picture of the woman Americans had welcomed into their homes for nearly 2 decades. Working for her, I was instructed that I can't look her in the eye and never ever say hi to her first. But don't worry, she definitely won't be saying hi to you in the first place. She creates the most toxic environment for her staff. When I was 15, The Ellen Show was doing a contest of fans making a bust of her and sending it to her. I worked so hard on this and even wrote her a letter. Weeks later, she used it as a prop in a game and gave it away to a random person with $500 attached to the bottom. One commenter named Chris Farrer went so far as to do an interview in person to talk about her horrible experience.
This former waitress claims she was threatened with a 2-week suspension after Ellen DeGeneres complained about, of all things, her chipped fingernail polish.
I remember just being like, really?
Farrah says her boss got an email from the talk show queen.
They were like, we have to talk to you. She emailed the owner of the restaurant and complained about your chipped nail polish.
What?
And I was like, what?
This really didn't look good, but the real trouble for Ellen was just beginning. As the pandemic forced her show to film from home, Ellen seemed increasingly out of touch with reality. In one tone-deaf monologue, she compared quarantining in her $27 million mansion to being in jail, angering viewers who are struggling through lockdown in far less comfortable circumstances.
One thing that I've learned from being in quarantine is that people, this is like being in jail, is what it is. It's mostly because I've been wearing the same clothes for 10 days and everyone in here is gay. The jokes that I have.
To make matters worse, she came under fire for how she treated her staff during lockdown. Workers on the show were left in the dark about their pay and working conditions for weeks, only to be told their salaries would be cut by 60% despite the show continuing production from Ellen's home. Meanwhile, other talk show hosts were handling the pandemic very differently. Jimmy Kimmel personally paid his crew's salaries during lockdown. Conan O'Brien also paid his staff's wages out of his own pocket. Even Ellen's daytime TV rival Kelly Clarkson covered all her staff's pay while they produced her show from home. This was when even Ellen's biggest supporters had to take a step back and question if she really was who she said she was. I mean, how kind can you really be if you're willing to leave your team out to dry while you continue banking checks from home? In July 2020, BuzzFeed published an expose that pulled the curtain back on what was really going on at The Ellen Show. 11 former employees spoke about a toxic workplace environment built on fear and intimidation. They said they were fired after taking medical leave or bereavement days to attend family funerals, and were instructed by their direct managers not to speak to Ellen if they saw her around the office. A black employee described facing racist comments and microaggressions, saying that when she was hired, a senior level producer told her and another black employee, "Oh wow, you both have box braids. I hope we don't get you confused." And at a work party, she said one of the main writers told her, "I'm sorry, I only know the names of the white people who work here." And other co-workers awkwardly laughed it off, instead of coming to her defense. When she started to speak up about the discrimination, she said all of her colleagues distanced themselves from her. All of the employees said they worked in a culture dominated by fear. One of them said, "A general feeling among staffers was if you have an issue, don't even think about bringing it up." The stories painted a picture of a workplace where kindness was preached but never practiced, and one employee outright said that be kind bullshit only happens when the cameras are on. It's all for show. After this report came out, the former DJ for the show spoke out saying he felt the toxicity of the work environment. Hedda Muscat, a former producer for the show, also spoke out in an interview.
This TV producer is speaking out on camera for the first time about what it was like working for Ellen DeGeneres.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. That's what she is.
She corroborated many of the things the former employees said.
We were told from the very beginning, don't talk to Ellen, don't do this, you can't, go into her office. It was very nerve-wracking, very stressful. We all walked on eggshells all the time. As a host, she's amazing, as a host. But as a boss and someone who's behind the scenes running the show, she's a different person. She's not the person people see in front of the camera.
Do you think anything will change?
No, because she should have apologized 16 years ago. This environment, this toxic culture that she created in the office has been going on for 16 years.
Another woman, Dana DiMatteo, also came forward about her horrible experience after being selected from the audience to participate in the show.
You just expect a lot when you go to meet your idol, and then when you get disappointed, it's like such a letdown. They tell you you know, you can't be smarter, funnier than Ellen. She's the comedian and the star, not you.
How does the Ellen we see on TV compare to the Ellen you saw when the cameras stopped rolling?
Totally different. She would only speak to the audience when the cameras were rolling. As soon as they turned the cameras off, she would not even acknowledge the audience. She would just sit on the couch, basically. Even when she exited, she just said what she had to say on camera and then walked off.
This was the common theme. Ellen would do the absolute bare minimum to keep the show running and let producers deal with the rest, giving them free reign to treat staff however the hell they wanted. According to Hedda, Ed Glavin was the producer in charge of carrying out Ellen's dirty work.
We were in our production meetings and she would watch Ed go off on people. Ellen would look at Ed and she would laugh because I was hoping she was going to say, Ed, you can't be yelling at crew this way. You can't be yelling at people this way. She laughed and she said, every production needs their dog.
Meaning
Ed is her dog.
Like her attack dog.
Her attack dog, so therefore she doesn't need to do that. He took the role of being the attack dog that she didn't have to now be the attack dog. So she didn't have to yell.
So when Ellen says she's not aware of this environment, you don't think that rings true?
It's a lie.
It turns out Glavin had been up to a lot worse than just yelling at the crew. In a follow-up report by BuzzFeed, it was revealed that 3 of the show's executive producers, Ed Glavin, Kevin Lehman, and Jonathan Norman, had been engaged in rampant sexual misconduct. Glavin was accused by multiple employees of touching them inappropriately. They said that he had a reputation for being handsy with women, especially in the control room. You could definitely see the creep factor and the creepy touching. That was out in the open for everybody to see. In all, 47 former employees who spoke to BuzzFeed News said Glavin led with intimidation and fear on a daily basis. One former employee said when they turned in their notice, Glavin flipped over a table and chair while screaming. Then there was Kevin Lehman, who according to one ex-employee, asked him if he could give him a handjob or perform oral sex in a bathroom at a company party in 2013. Another said they separately saw Lehman grab a production assistant's penis. It was said he also had a reputation for making sexually explicit comments in the office, like pointing out male colleagues' bulges in their crotches, or asking them questions like, are you a top or a bottom? Many of his targets were lower level and younger employees who felt they lacked any power to speak up, and anything questionable he did was just brushed away as Kevin being Kevin. The allegations against co-executive producer Jonathan Norman were equally disturbing. Reportedly, he groomed a former employee over a period of time by taking them to concerts and other work-related perks, and then one night attempted to perform oral sex on him. The allegations were serious enough that Warner Brothers launched an internal investigation into the show. Ellen's facade of kindness was crumbling before her eyes, as her employees had exposed her as at best complicit in workplace abuse, and at worst actively contributing to it. As the scandal grew, celebrities rushed to take sides. Steve Harvey, Kevin Hart, and Ashton Kutcher all defended Ellen publicly, but others like Brad Garrett and Leah Thompson supported the employees, saying Ellen's behavior was a well-known secret in Hollywood. In response to the allegations, Ellen wrote a letter to her employees saying, "Hey everybody, it's Ellen. On day 1 of our show, I told everyone in our first meeting that the Ellen DeGeneres show would be a place of happiness. No one would ever raise their voice, and everyone would be treated with respect. Obviously something changed, and I'm disappointed to learn this has not been the case, and for that I'm sorry. Anyone who knows me knows it's the opposite of what I believe and what I hoped for our show." Soon after, Warner Brothers concluded their investigation, firing the 3 executive producers that were accused of sexual misconduct. The following month, The Ellen Show returned for its 18th season. As she did at the start of every new season, Ellen gave an opening monologue, but unlike the usual upbeat style they had, this one was far more serious.
As you may have heard, this summer there were allegations of a toxic work environment at our show. And then there was an investigation. I learned that things happened here that never should have happened. I take that very seriously, and I want to say I am so sorry to the people who were affected. I know that I'm in a position of privilege and power, and I realize that with that comes responsibility, and I take responsibility for what happens at my show. There were also articles in the press and on social media that said that I am not who I appear to be on TV, because I became known as the Be Kind lady. The truth is, I am that person that you see on TV. I am also a lot of other things. Sometimes I get sad, I get mad, I get anxious, I get frustrated, I get impatient, and I am working on all of that. I am a work in progress, and my intention is to always be the best person I can be. And if I've ever let someone down, if I've ever hurt their feelings, I am so sorry for that.
The reaction to this was very negative, as people really weren't buying what Ellen was saying. I don't like apologies that include "if I hurt you," "if I offended you." If is not taking responsibility. She's acting like the toxic work environment had nothing to do with her, while it's actually because of her. Despite Ellen's best efforts at salvaging her reputation, the damage was done. Ratings for her show plummeted by more than 40% compared to the previous year. Major celebrities began declining appearances, and ahead of the 19th season, after over 3,000 episodes had aired, Ellen announced her show would be coming to an end. She insisted the decision had nothing to do with the allegations, claiming the show was just not a challenge anymore.
The ratings are down for this show. They're down for every talk show. Right. To be fair. Yep. But more for this one. Mm-hmm. Does that factor into any of this decision?
It's more for this one because we had further to fall, and everybody else was at a lower place, so they didn't have as far to fall. To be honest, I mean, that's the truth. We were very, very successful.
This sounded like Ellen was just coping and unwilling to accept reality. It became clear how hollow her previous apologies really were when she suggested she'd been a victim of a coordinated attack, calling the allegations orchestrated and misogynistic.
Did you feel like you were being canceled?
I mean, I really didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. Yeah, I thought something was going on that because it was too orchestrated, it was too coordinated. And also, I have to say, if nobody else is saying it, it was really interesting because I'm a woman, and it did feel very misogynistic. It felt like I am a boss, I have a very successful show, I'd never had any complaints about anything for 17 years, and all of a sudden, all at once, something happened. So it did feel, yeah, it was...
Sexist?
Yeah.
After 19 seasons, The Ellen Show ended with little fanfare. For the next 2 years, Ellen largely disappeared from public life, up until September 2024, when she returned with a Netflix special titled Ellen DeGeneres For Your Approval.
Oh yeah, I got kicked out of show business. Yeah, because I'm mean. Yeah, you can't be mean and be in show business. No, they'll kick you out. Yeah, the Be Kind girl wasn't kind. That was the headline. Here's the problem. I'm a comedian who got a talk show, and I ended the show every day by saying, be kind to one another. Had I ended my show by saying, go fuck yourselves...
She completely backtracked on everything she said in season 18's opening monologue about taking accountability.
I know that I'm in a position of privilege and power, and I realize that with that comes responsibility, and I take responsibility for what happens at my show. This is the Ellen DeGeneres Show. I am Ellen DeGeneres. My name is there. My name is there. My name is on underwear. I mean, it looked like I was the boss. The show was called Ellen, and everybody was wearing T-shirts that said Ellen, and there were buildings all over the Warner Brothers lot that said Ellen, but I don't think that meant that I should be in charge.
The special flopped spectacularly, getting a measly 5.2 rating on IMDb and a 33% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it very much looked like the dying breath of Ellen's decades-long career. Following its release, Ellen somehow found herself in yet another controversy, as allegations against P. Diddy began making headlines. An old tweet of Ellen's from 2016 resurfaced. Happy birthday P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, or as I call him, Cuddle McSnugglestuff. You don't need to know why. This raised a lot of eyebrows, and the fact Ellen had invited Diddy on her show in 2020 to surprise a bunch of kids really didn't help with the optics. As speculation grew about high-profile figures who might be named in the expanding investigation, Ellen and her partner Portia suddenly relocated to the UK. While they cited Trump's re-election as their reason for leaving, many questioned the convenient timing of their departure. Ultimately, any connection with Diddy remains purely speculative. Ellen's shattered reputation in America may have been reason enough for her to leave. For 20 years, she sold everybody a lie. She convinced the world she was a beacon of kindness, building an empire worth hundreds of millions by telling people to be kind, and all the while doing the opposite. When her mask finally slipped, it revealed someone who treated kindness like a commodity, something to be bought, sold, and discarded when the camera stopped rolling. In the end, Ellen's greatest trick wasn't making us believe in kindness, it was making us believe in her.
In this video, you're gonna witness a Mexican meat suitcase.
This thing is so full, the meat is popping out of it.
Cooked up Mayan style.
So this is true underground cooking. You're gonna see in just a moment, all this meat is gonna disappear underneath some earth. The toughest part is when you dig it up, because you never know the results.
But first, let's back up. The Mayan culture goes back thousands of years, well before Mexico was even a country.
Today we're in the state of Yucatan, about 1 hour outside its capital, Merida. This area has the largest Mayan population in Mexico. Hey, doing a monologue. Yeah, that's right.
When it comes to food, Mayan people have a unique culinary identity, deeply rooted in the Yucatan region.
You ladies, how often are you making tortillas by hand?
The right word to use is tortear.
There's a verb that means to make tortillas?
Of course.
Today, I've come to experience this Mayan food for myself, made by a local family in Yucatan State. From their rather extreme pork sausage.
It broke.
To one of the most iconic dishes in Mayan cuisine.
Okay, so right now they're digging up. Is that the head? Those are good teeth. This pig has better teeth than me.
It all starts here. Lime, banana leaves, annatto seeds, and dirt. These are the foundational elements of today's main course.
Good morning from Mexico. Today, we're gonna be cooking meat underground. Can you guess what kind of meat? You're probably correct.
Not many foods in this world are worth digging up your backyard, but this one is. Cochinita pibil, an entire pig, slow roasted underground for hours.
I've seen a similar meat preparation when I was in Mexico City. There they made barbacoa, but today the meat is gonna be prepared in a slightly different way. They're digging a hole, and soon this is gonna go into that.
Under a dozen nimble hands, the carcass is doused with boiling water and scraped clean.
My ultimate's ready.
Now, butchering can begin.
Typically with pigs like this, what I've seen in the past is cooking a whole pig underground like we saw in Jamaica. But I've also seen like what they do in the Philippines, taking the whole lechon and rotisserizing it above ground. Here, it's kind of like barbacoa in that different body parts, different sections will be cut up and placed in a big metal pan and put underground.
Today, the pig's mission goes well beyond cochinita. Its intestines and blood are handed over to the ladies, who will prepare another Yucatan delicacy we'll soon try. Meanwhile, the pig skin will be reserved for chicharron. In contrast to typical Mexican cuisine, Mayan dishes embrace the flavors of herbs and acid, with the extensive use of sour orange, habanero chilies, and leafy herbs. But the star of the show here is achiote paste. This mixture of annatto seeds, cumin, pepper, coriander, oregano, clover, and garlic adds an earthy, sweet, spicy, slightly smoky touch to the flavor profile. Rub, or rather submerge, the pork into the scarlet deliciousness. Then stack the meat into a giant steel treasure chest. Now comes the most crucial cochinita making step, the burial.
Right here we have all the meat, it's filling up the pan, it's completely full, and now they're gonna cover it with banana leaves.
The food we're making today is the love child of Spanish and Mayan cultures.
From here, we have the steel lid.
Following colonization by the Spaniards, pigs were introduced to the Mexican region in the 16th century.
He wants to seal it extra tight. He's got a steel cord, he's gonna wrap it around and then twist it tight.
The Mayans took no time to marry this new protein to their existing earth oven cooking technique.
To the right of me, we have a bed of extremely hot charcoal. Place it down. From here, they cover the whole thing with more leaves. The biggest thing we want is for the heat to not escape this. It's almost like we're creating a sauna for the meat to braise and steam at the same time. I wouldn't say this part is exactly traditional, but here they're putting on some tarps, some old bags, so that when they put the dirt on, none of the dirt is gonna come in contact with the meat. As far as traditions go, I'm okay with this updated version. I don't really want dirt on my food.
My experience with underground cooking tells me that many things can go wrong here. What if we dig it up too early?
We're gonna have to leave the meat inside of there for 3 or 4 hours so it cooks all the way through.
Or what if there's not enough heat?
You never know. You never know the results. You think you know, because this is a food show, like it should work out. But remember Pakistan? Like half an inch, roughly, is probably cooked. And then under that, pretty raw. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. In the meantime, breakfast. Well, good day.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenas tardes.
Oh, buenas tardes. I don't know what that means.
Good afternoon.
Remember Kay? This 25-year-old singer is my travel partner on this journey through her home state.
How do you milk a habanero?
Despite her pride and her mighty Mayan ancestry, Kay's veins are filled with more Starbucks than Mayan blood.
Have you ever had like chicken heart?
Never.
Tendon.
Oh my God.
Blood tacos. What the do you eat?
Cereal is my favorite.
It's part of my mission to reconnect this young lady to her roots. And what better way to do that than by getting really hands-on? You'll see what I mean soon.
I am so incredibly excited to be here. Is this the place where you grew up?
Aquí en Homo.
This is your mother?
Sí, es mi mamá.
And you are her son?
Sí.
All right, I'm just checking. Today's exciting because we're cooking an entire pig underground. It's gonna take some time for the pig to cook all the way through. In the meantime, we have the morcillas.
Morcilla is another gift from our Spanish amigos that's taken root in Mexican cuisine. This is also my first task for Kay.
So right now we're making morcilla, which is a dish basically made from blood.
Lime juice, peppermint leaves, scallions, chopped pork, and blood. This unlikely combination is the filling for our breakfast sausage. For the casing, how about a natural option? It's also organic.
Right now we have some intestines which have been previously cleaned with lemon, and now we are stuffing them.
You should make one.
Okay. Step one, we take a good intestine. We open and we grab some meat with the blood. I don't want my shirt to get in the blood. We're getting it all in there, and now we have to squeeze it so it can go all the way down to there.
Morcilla's many versions can be found around the country using different types of protein. But in Yucatan, it's all about the pork.
It feels kind of like gelatin. It stings a little in my fingers because of the lemon. It broke. Oh. This made it easier for me. I gotta be honest, I was very scared for doing this, but now that I'm doing it, I feel kind of nice and connected to this lady, and she's helping me, so my shirt doesn't get blood, so it feels nice connecting to my roots. We're finished!
The bloody morcillas are delivered to a bubbling pot of water and boiled until they become firm. Then these plump sausages make their final transformation into frying pan. But in Mexico, it's still not a complete meal without the tortilla.
What's that face?
Tortilla.
When the Mayans invented this maize flour flatbread thousands of years ago, little did they know it would one day become the most prominent pillar of Mexican gastronomy.
No matter where you go in Mexico, you're gonna find coffee in some variation. Spike corn planted. Or flour, and many different types of corn too. I mean, there's yellow, there's red, there's blue tacos. Tell me about the maize or the dough that's being used here.
In Yucatan, we use white corn. Once it's grinded, we have something like this. We're making it by hand.
Is this mandatory? Like in kindergarten? Do you have to take a class on this?
One enemy remaining.
Your average hombre consumes 2,000 tortillas a year. That's 135 pounds worth. A food so popular, even Kay has mastered the ability to make it.
This is the hard part.
All right, I take that back.
That is hard. You really have to slap it on there. Yes.
You compromise your position.
This is a complete debacle.
It's sticky, that's why.
Hey! 1 out of 3 is not bad in baseball.
Each tortilla is grilled for 1 minute on each side. You know your tortilla is perfect when it puffs like a blowfish.
You want to try one?
Yeah.
But you need to put some salt. You know what that's called?
A salt burrito?
Salt taco.
That would have been my second guess. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, this is outstanding. Why is this so good?
Because it's made with love.
And maybe the ingredients and the temperature and the way they press it. For me, sometimes a corn tortilla can be a bit gritty or even dry. And here, it has like a doughiness to it.
The dry ones are the ones from the machine, and usually the ones that are handmade taste like this.
Muy bien.
Muy bien.
She's like, I don't care that much. It's tortillas. So it turns out this type of cooking, it takes time.
A lot.
Can we try it out?
Yeah.
There's some fat pieces in here. That is gigantic. I know you're supposed to put it in a taco, but I really just want to experience the full flavor of this blood sausage.
Go for it.
Oh wow, it's a lot of different things at once. It's big chunks. It is not like a uniform texture at all.
Yeah.
You can taste the different types of meat. It's really crispy, super crunchy, slightly gamey. Overall, fun. But I think it would go better with a tortilla. Sorry, tortilla.
Tortilla.
Tortilla. So I'm gonna break this this up a little bit and put it inside. And then I'm gonna throw some onion on top. Now, would this usually be eaten with some kind of a salsa?
No, ninguna. Nada, limón.
Nada. Oh, habanero. Oh, I got a lot of seeds in that one. Really spicy.
I think it's good. It's better than the last one we tried.
Yesterday, the blood tacos.
It was morcilla also.
The habanero is the best part. It's like a spice that kind of creeps up on you. It feels like my throat is glowing with spice. Plus, the tortilla, soft, doughy, pillowy, warm.
The best tortillas.
A big part of our mission in coming here to Yucatan State is to understand more about the Mayan people and the Mayan cuisine.
Todos venimos de, como es Yucatán, tenemos descendencia maya.
You're in Yucatan. Everyone has Mayan ancestors, but the Mayan culture could have been a little lost.
With the burying of the pig, these days at least, it's done in a steel container. Before that, how did people cook the pig underground?
Se utilizaba lo que son...
Ooh, in ceramic pots?
You could fit a whole pig in one pot?
Sí.
Is this something that you witnessed in the past?
Sí.
It's clearly a difficult tradition to keep doing because it is very labor intensive.
Nowadays, people tend to take like shortcuts by doing it in the oven, but thanks to these beautiful ladies, we still get to live it.
In just 2 more hours, the cochinita will be revealed.
You get that one, I get this one.
And we'll discover whether we have a feast or a flop.
Have you ever dug up the cochinita and it was still raw?
In the meantime, we'll see raw pig skin transform into this country's most iconic snack, chicharron. And it starts with a sharp knife.
So right here, he has the skin. On top of that, there's a huge layer of fat. The skin is thick and tough, and then he can kind of just slide the knife through, passing underneath all this fat and cutting it off in one fell swoop. It's kind of like skinning a shark. Have you guys done that before? Okay, bad example. There we go. That is the final raw skin. There's no fat on the outside. Actually, right here, it's a little bit hairy still. Should we get a razor? Shaving cream? Yeah. We're gonna make sure all the hairs are off of there. Then this is gonna hit some super hot oil and you're gonna see it transform and change completely into something else. Prepare to be amazed. You can see this pan. I love this pan because it's basically an oil drum that's been cut in half and they welded a couple handles onto it. Inside we have a bunch of the fat from the pig. This fat is going to render down. Once this becomes a liquid, we're going to be able to put the pork skin in here and it's going to fry up like crazy.
Last time in Mexico City, I witnessed skin touching hot oil and immediately exponentially puffing up in seconds. I expect to see the same here.
Right here, we have the fat, it's rendered, it's hot, it's actually boiling. He's got a whole pile of skin right here. He's gonna dump it in. Are you ready? Listo, let's go. In the past, I've only seen one chicharron being made at a time. At this point, he's putting all of it in at one time. And...
Placing sentry.
Nothing.
Well, it turns out that what I witnessed in Mexico City was the end of a long journey. The key to achieving perfectly crispy skin is to pre-fry it, so it can be double fried later.
Now we're putting in the pure rendered fat from the pig. This is our chicharron. It's about to get fried again, and hopefully it's going to expand into the chicharron that you've seen before. All right, puts it in. Oh, it's happening. Yes, slowly. It's starting to get bigger and bigger. You can see the individual pores are popping, exploding, creating this crispy texture.
Originating in Spain, chicharron has taken over the taste buds of regions worldwide.
So right here we have the final product. This is a bit smaller piece. I mean, these can get huge. They can be as tall as me, really. This one's finished cooling down. You can see it's golden brown, it's crispy, and it has this wonderful kind of bubbly, coarse texture on the outside. Let me give it a little bit of a crack.
Inside.
Oh. Yes, that crack is music to his ears. Gentlemen, Armando, there's no practical reason for us to be sitting on logs. I just thought it looked cool.
Joining us here, Armando.
So how long does this stay good?
So we have a Mayan word. It's called sat, soggy, because we live in Yucatan, right? Humidity is on top. So it's sat already. Because you leave it like uncovered.
These guys have the highest standards I've seen for chicharron anywhere in the world. Well, that being said, let's eat this subpar soggy chicharron.
Salud.
If it got more crunchy, it would literally cut my teeth. That's delicious.
One side.
I love the chicharron, and it goes in several different dishes. In fact, sometimes it even goes in the torta to give it a little bit of a crunch. But it's good to get a taste of the
one
pure
enemy
product
remaining.
once in a while to know what it tastes like. Because once you mix all these different things together, it's a different type of experience. But there's one more food here that I haven't.
No.
Pastakan consists of offcuts used to render fat for frying chicharo. The most beloved cut here is this.
Buche.
Turret out. Placing alarm bot. Found them. Killed my bot.
Enemy spotted.
Here. 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 Oh. Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead. Turret out.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
Alarm bot out.
Here.
Found them.
Here. Tidy.
Out of chart bot coming back. Spike planted. Cutting their vision. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. One enemy remaining.
Placing sentry.
Last player standing.
Don't rush me.
Clutch.
Woo! We got this.
We can come back from this.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Flawless. The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story. Turret out. Placing alarm bot.
Night night. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Revealing area.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Scatter. Right here.
Spike planted.
My ult's ready.
Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining. You really expect them to work. Reloading. Those fools just wasted their advantage.
Need a drop.
Drop me, drop me.
Placing sentry.
Keep up.
Placing alarm bot.
My ult's ready.
Spike
Right
down A.
Spike spotted A.
18, me. 18, bro. Yeah, where pro HP?
Here. Killed my bot.
Scanning ahead.
Still in sight. One enemy remaining.
1 HP. 102.
Still in sight. Oh! You are so disappointed.
My ult is ready. Go. I got things to do.
Placing sentry. I'll get that spooky ghost boy. Alarm bot out.
Enemy spotted A. Watch this.
Back like
Spike down A.
left. Fire in the hole.
Bot coming back. Spike planted. Last player standing.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker. finished.
Right here. There. Right here.
Ah, turret down.
Cypher buried.
Oh!
Here.
Catch!
Last player standing.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
So, what's the plan?
Turret out.
Keep up.
Placing alarm bot.
Your fault.
Placing swarm grenade. Here. Alarm bot down. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
To me, to me, to me.
Here. Recalling my bot.
Welcome to my
30
world.
seconds left.
Beside.
Spike planted.
Initiated.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Placing sentry. Area's clear.
You failed. Now sleep.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
Job.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out. Ah!
I am the hunter!
Spike down A.
I know exactly where you are.
Heaven fade.
Deploying drone.
I say heaven fade.
Enemy mark.
Last player standing.
No. 7
Sephiroth.
HP.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
7 HP.
Shot that. Oh.
Let's Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip. Turret out. Quick peeks now. Alarm bot out.
Here. Enemy spotted A.
Face your fear!
You're done. Spotted A.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike here.
Cutting their vision. You were pitiful.
Last round in the half.
Save nothing.
Can I get this? Thanks.
Turret out. Roll for the placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Placing swarm grenade.
Eyes down.
Nice, nice.
Right here.
Bot coming back.
You disappoint me.
Dropping smoke.
Mid coming.
Embarrassing.
Low, wipe low.
Swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Side.
Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Here. Reloading. Dropping a smoke.
Nice.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Switching sides.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Need a drop. Guys, come on. The spike.
But be heaven, several be heaven.
Revealing area. Found them.
Cypher B heaven.
Dropping smokes.
No, no, no. Oh, yes, yes. No, no, Cypher. Go, go.
Shock dart. Down.
Reloading.
Go B, go B.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
No people.
Right here. Right here.
Reloading. Placing alarm bot.
Hey.
One enemy remaining.
Spikes down. Turret out.
Oh, nice.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways are best.
Could have a drop.
Revealing area.
Alarm bot out. Duck.
Cypher A, Cypher A. Go B, go B, go B. Cypher in A.
Turret down. Bot coming back. Reloading.
Xoáy.
Careful beside, careful. Careful beside. Watching.
Reloading. Party's over. Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Spikes down.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, no, no. No, no.
Placing sentry. Recalling my bot.
Right here. Enemy spotted me.
Ay. Sorry.
My quiver is never full.
Need a drop. Thanks. Placing alarm bot. Take control.
Revealing area. Shock dart.
Dropping smokes.
Oh shit, man.
Have one of these. Reloading. Reloading.
Stay down. Enemy spotted A.
Placing swarm grenade. Reloading. Set spot.
Go side.
Grenade stealing sight. Placing swarm grenade.
Don't rush, don't rush, don't rush, don't rush.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Thirty seconds left. 10 seconds left.
No peeking. Spikes down. Placing alarm bot.
Last player standing.
这有摄像头为什么不打呀？这克勒夫脑子有问题吧？
抱歉，抱歉。
They don't have a single life worth saving.
不着急 ，Rob， 把前点站住，前点站住了，把人打掉了，进去记得补枪，大哥。
收到，哥。
前面雷娜打野这个外边都连这个 server 都给黑了，他妈这俩傻屌，他妈站外面进都不进一下的。
哎，不好意思，格勒夫是我女朋友，对不起。
你说啥？
格勒夫是我的女朋友啊。
哎，没事。
Still in sight. Alarm bot out.
我操
My ult ready.
晚安这 A。
Place turrets destroyed. Bomb grenade out of charges.
转吧。
No peeking. Reloading. Here.
Ball 点有。
30 seconds left.
Here. Here.
Blind.
Last player standing.
All right, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
摸吧，我们也摸吧，别都站一个地方。我们也摸，别都站一个地方。
对面他妈进攻的时候打的是真恶心啊！我操，拿个炸弹妹也不进点。
你叫你女朋友跟你一起走。
我好。
Enemy spotted A.
Stay.
Thirty seconds left.
Here. Here.
3 souls. Cutting their vision.
Go side, KJ.
Reloading.
10 seconds left.
Spikes down. Placing sentry.
你看 CT 我看了。
KJ， 又过去 CT， 又过去 CT。CT burst CT。
Last player standing.
not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Placing sentry.
I will rip their hearts out.
Go, go, go. Kojin, go.
Enemy spotted. Mid. Bot coming back. Placing alarm bot.
It's down. Placing found them.
Ah! Last player standing.
Initiated.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
兄弟们，发点力呀
！OK OK， 我先让他亲我一口。
Alarm bot out.
Scanning ahead.
大局就不用拉出去对了。
Spike down A. Last player standing. Match point.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front. This is gonna be fun.
Welcome to my world.
They will cower. See nothing.
No peeking.
Enemy spotted.
Scanning ahead.
Have one of these. Turret
Right
out.
here. Shot down.
Drop it.
I am the hunter.
Placing alarm bot. Spikes down.
One enemy remaining.
Body snake lady.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this.
Need a drop.
I've earned it.
Thanks.
帅哥借我过，我去帮你们报仇。看这只炸弹妹，我怎么修理她？
Let's fly.
你说啥，苏发？
看我怎么修理炸弹妹！妈的！
牛逼，好强好强！
Placing alarm bot.
哦，这个剑丢的不太好。
Turret out.
Shock dart.
没事没事。
One enemy
Variable
remaining.
removed. Plant the spike.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
Flawless.
Swarm grenade out.
We crushed them.
Gun here.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Reloading.
我闻到炸弹妹的味道了，等一下。
Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight. Face your fear! Swarm grenade.
"操，杰弟他敢骂你，我会帮你修理他们的，你等一下。抱歉，我在抽烟。
哎，没事没事没事。
等一下，等一下，我一定会帮你修理的。
我谢谢你啊。
不要给我漏哦，漏了很
有了
难看哦。
有了有。B Heaven KJ。B Heaven 应该是 Viper。B Heaven
Right here.
有半血。
30 seconds left.
啊，没事没事。
你这男朋友怎么当的？有半线不跟你女朋友讲一下？我操！
我操！没有没有没有，我跟你说，
Alarm bot out.
我顾自己已经来不及了。
Placing sentry.
妈死渣男！
10 seconds left.
阿猫，哇，对不起。
Last player standing. Spike down B. Cypher berry.
啊，你个死渣男！
抱歉抱歉抱歉，都是烟害的。
没事没事没事。
抽太大口了，晕了。
Stomach. Looks like I know some Spanish too, huh? Uh-oh, it's like leather. It still tastes good. There's still some oils coming out of it, and I don't mind it being chewy. It reminds me of a drinking food.
Sí, cebolla, tomate, repollo, cilantro, rábano. Todo eso lleva.
I hear him saying it, and I can just like feel the passion. Like
Agarra tu cervecita y...
He's like, where is the cerveza? Cerveza donde? I want to ask, you're both from Yucatan?
Sí.
And are you both Mayan?
Maya sí son. Sí.
What does it mean to you to be Mayan?
Es lo mismo, nosotros they feel proud and they feel prouder even to speak the language.
What do Mayans do better than anyone else?
Trabajar.
Mayans were not only renowned for their art and architecture, their uses of many indigenous plants like corn, beans, cacao, and squash remain crucial to modern Mexican cuisine. Meanwhile, hunting further complemented their diet.
Do you guys hunt?
Sí,
Deer, turkey, wild pigs.
How is deer chicharron?
No.
Okay. The moment has come. This pig and all its body parts have been in the ground for almost 4 hours. We're gonna dig it up and see the result. Gentlemen, action.
Acción.
It's hot. You can feel through this tarp here. It's already very, very hot. The steam is starting to come out. They're taking off all the dirt. Now they gently peel back the tarps, carefully trying to make sure there's no dirt getting on anything. The leaves have changed completely. Like the leaves have also baked as well. Can we open it up? Okay, let's do it. There's a wire on here. You get that one, I get this one. Oh, I think I'm making it tighter. It's warm. The heat is radiating off here. And that, my friends, is a true treasure. Look at all this meat. That's a liver. That's a ham. That's a knuckle. That's a crotch.
Liver.
Oh, he said liver. Sorry, I'm still working on my Spanish. We don't even need a knife right here. He's brought some tongs. He can just rip right into it, and it's so incredibly soft. But you know, a knife can never hurt. So right here we have the foot, the hoof, the cartilage. Salud. Salud. Perfecto. This is so delicious. That is just the first bite, but my gosh, it is bursting with piggy juices. Puerco perfection. I love it. From here, we're gonna put it on the table, cut it up, and let everybody enjoy. Ladies and senors, guys, we've done it. You've done it. It's been a magnificent day, and it's built up to this moment right here. My understanding is that people would let it cool down a bit. They would string it, then they would put it in a taco, maybe put some onions and salsa on and enjoy it like that. That sounds great, but you know what sounds even better? Pulling out huge pieces of pig parts and just seeing them for ourselves and trying it out with some cerveza.
¿Quién quiere cerveza?
She just translated one part of that, and everyone agreed. I want to try just a bunch of different parts. Could we start with the liver? Oh, so he cuts it, but then he dips it in the pork oil, which has been seasoned and dyed red from the achiote seasoning. All right, cheers. Liver.
Salud.
Oh, wow.
Way better when it's seasoned with achiote.
For you, what does achiote taste like?
Achiote.
Good description. It tastes delicious. You know, there's just like that thick, oily,
tomatoey, but chili-y.
Precisely-y. Meanwhile, the liver is so crumbly. It's not dry. It's not moist. There's something in between.
Crunchy on the outside.
A wonderful texture. I love it. Are there folks in other parts of Mexico trying to replicate this dish?
Oh, cochinita is the most famous Yucatecan dish. So they all try to make it in, but it's never like in Yucatan.
So right now they're digging up, is that the head?
Yeah.
And that's the ear? It is incredibly soft. It's so soft it might even break just holding it like this. Like the cartilage on the inside is ready to just break and rip and tear under the gravity of its own weight. In the US, we usually throw this type of stuff away.
Oh, they fight for it.
Okay, my man, huge piece of ear for you. Oh yeah, please. She's afraid of the ear. Oh my God, that is one of the most delicious ears I've ever had in my life. It's incredibly soft, tender, savory. Usually the cartilage bit in the center can be kind of snappy, crunchy. Here it just kind of melts in your mouth completely. What'd you think?
I think that, like fish, it's like texture.
You're a real foodie, huh? Like fish. Finally, right here, we have the head. Those are good teeth. This pig has better teeth than me. Oh, yes. That is the cheek. This is, no joke, can I tell you something? This is like the best bite on the whole pig. So that is what's doing all the chewing, and there's something about it. It's like kind of sticky, fatty, soft, and just completely beautiful. Can I give this to you?
Sure. I'm gonna try it.
Lack of enthusiasm. I'm telling you, it's the best part. Eat it. Eat the whole thing.
I can't eat the whole thing.
What do you think?
I like it.
All right, well, that was anticlimactic. It would be a tragedy to leave here without eating one of these. We got some of that pork tenderloin in there. We're gonna put some onions. Oh, some of the grease.
That's the real taste of cochinita.
All the flavors together. You need the onion, you need some salsa. The tortilla helps with some of that heaviness. The meat is so soft and tender, it's gorgeous. I love it. For you, what is the secret behind the perfect cochinita?
El achiote.
Seasoning and achiote.
La hoja de plátano.
Use banana leaves and bury it.
That's it?
Some people can jump steps, but if you don't jump any step, it's perfect.
What about microwaving it? Because that's kind of my style. Set it for 4 hours.
4 horas, dice.
For me, Mayan culture is fascinating here in the Yucatan. Even the other day I went to Chichen Itza. It's just this is huge.
が集まってきて
probably woman-made.
マータットはこの辺りで一番大きな迷宮都市に成長したんだ。
Tracking apps or websites to track your shipments? You know the kind. They promise to track any parcel from any courier, no matter how obscure, which saves you the arduous work of typing in multiple three-letter domain names. Well, many of these sites are in countries with, let's call them loose data protections. And if you try to use their terms and privacy policies, you'll find that they generally do not consider tracking numbers to be personal or private information. So we've got these sites that are just slurping up active tracking numbers all day, every day, keeping track of where they're going and when, and we combine that with the market that happens to exist for valid tracking numbers, and let's just say there's some synergies to that, as they say. Now, to be clear, I don't have any hard evidence, and I'm not saying that all of these tracking sites are selling data. I'm just saying that I would be shocked if at least some of them weren't. And if they are, well, up until this point, it isn't that bad of a scam. It is dishonest, and it completely defeats the purpose of tracking. But most of the sellers that are buying these tracking numbers really are shipping your product, and you really will get it eventually. They're just trying to jump through marketplace hoops and ship from the most advantageous sources. Most eventually, someone realizes they can use those numbers to gain access. Let's say someone places an order for this here. This given after their supplier goes out of stock and they can't get it. Well, marketplaces don't take kindly to sellers who take orders that they can't fulfill. So I'm in a pickle. That is until I get an idea. Often a wonderful, awful idea. I can avoid the right account if I just buy one of those tracking numbers and then just not actually ship anything. And then, when the tracking says delivery, the customer inevitably reaches out asking, hey, where's my order? I can say, oh, I'm so sorry, the courier must have messed up. Don't worry, I'm already processing the refund for you. That point, as far as the marketplace is concerned, it's the courier that screwed up. I'm off the hook. Well, once that little technique spread around the dropshipping community, it was probably a matter of minutes before someone thought of using it to just straight up scam people, which brings us finally to my GPU here. Now, I got lucky, and they terminated this guy's account before he could pretend to ship the order. That made it much easier for me to file a dispute and get my money back. But it should be noted, I still had to manually file my dispute, and you might not be so lucky. So then, what can we do to avoid falling victim to the scam? Well, step one is to exercise restraint. Before you yell, shut up and take my money! Take a breath. Really look at the listing. Is the price too low? Like, unreasonably low? That's a red flag. Look at the seller. Do they have low or low feedback? Red flag. Price of the seller. Nothing? Totally unrelated knickknacks? Why are you even still looking at this? That's all the red flags you need. You gotta ask yourself, what's more likely? That someone totally ignorant got their hands on a new Inbox 4090, realized it was worth money, signed up for a brand new eBay account, and then listed it for maybe half of what it's worth? Or that someone knows that a cheap 4090 is going to bring all the boys to the yard, and that you should just yell, "That's my purse!" and kick them in the plums. Bottom line, be careful out there. The 50 series launch means that there are going to be plenty of perfectly trustworthy bros out there that are looking to upgrade and move their older cards onto new owners. And I'm a huge advocate for buying secondhand hardware to save money and selling it so steady and be easy. Just take your time, find a good deal. And when you're done, take some time to check out our sponsor.
Vessi. It might be March, but the weather here in Vancouver can turn sour in an instant. But thanks to Vessi, dry socks in rainy weather is a dream come true. Their shoes blend both fashion and functionality with year-round styles and their patented Dymatex material, which repels water while still letting sweat and heat escape. Check out their Stormburst lineup, which includes both high-top and low-top shoes to match the style that best suits you. They're sneaker boot hybrids, meaning you can take them through the rain, the mud, the snow, or bring them with you for a trek up a mountain or stroll through the sun, all while staying supported and comfortable thanks to a cushioned midsole. Their rugged outsole is designed for superior traction against slippery or surfaces and can move full cost, but putting them on and taking them off, a breeze, which is great for old people like me. Pick up a pair for yourself and stay prepared for any weather. Go to Vessi.com/LTT for 15% off your first pair at checkout today.
If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe check out the one we did on fake SSDs being sold on Amazon. Why do people think they just spam each other?
Luke here with the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and I'm making a knife in the middle of Alaska's wilderness. I'm going to be sleeping in my own shelter, building a forge out in the woods, making my own charcoal kiln, and forging a knife from scratch. It's been a couple weeks since I've been here at the shelter. We got quite a bit of ice and snow since I was here last and sealed up the shelter really well. Well, I think I better bust out my shovel and start digging things out. Alright, that looks pretty good. I think it's time to go find some kindling though. I'll tell you, one nice thing about this cold weather, it made the snow so hard you don't need snowshoes. Well, I want to get a roaring fire in here pretty quick because I want to figure out how much of this snow is going to melt. And I don't want to be underneath here when that happens. So whatever's going to melt, I want it to melt before it gets dark tonight so that I can have a nice dry bed to sleep on. Oh, my firewood is so wet. It rained really good before it got cold. We got to prop it all up and get it to dry out before I can use it. All right, we're gonna let that fire thaw out in the shelter, get everything warmed up. And I'm real excited to build a forge out here and do some blacksmithing projects tomorrow, but I'm gonna need a lot of charcoal. So I'm gonna build a charcoal kiln and I need a lot of wood. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start cooking some lunch. I'm getting hungry. Got some frozen salami I want to thaw out. Put that right there. I got some cheese wrapped in tin foil. Oh, that smells amazing. Got a big slab of soft cheese covered in a fig marmalade. Just warmed it up over the fire. Got it already pre-cut into little cubes. A nice Italian salami. There we go. Warm cheese, little salami, some fig sauce.
I am bound, but I will not break.
We're gonna use this to make our charcoal kiln. Jammed in there about as tight as I can.
The trials I endured were seared into my soul. They drive me forward, even after my wounds have healed.
There's a lot of snow and moisture in these logs. I'm going to try to get as much of that moisture out before I put the lid on. You can already start to see a lot of steam coming out of the barrel.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You can hear the water sizzling in the bottom of the barrel. Not going to get any charcoal until all that water's gone.
They are right to be afraid.
Yeah, that's really taking good. A lot of steam and a little bit of smoke. Still feels pretty cool in the middle though. We're just going to let that go for a nice long time. I'm going to be checking on this fire on and off all night long. Alright, I think it's time to start making this place comfy. Put my animal hides in there.
I have seen liars choose virtue,
Got a couple
and I have
caribou
seen
hides
the
as a
divine
mat.
cheat.
Nice buffalo hide as a
Perhaps
blanket.
today I will see a Yordle sneeze.
Oh. Hard to see on the camera, but every now and then the smoke coming out of the barrel is catching on fire. You can hear the wood popping and stuff, so I think we're starting to get some charcoal on the bottom. But most of this smoke coming out of here is actually just steam. It feels wet. Pieces like this are still wet. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and cook a baked potato here. Get this thing surrounded by coal.
Some fate.
For dinner, I thought I'd cook myself a whole chicken. I'm going to go ahead and spatchcock this bird, which is basically a way of preparing it so it lays down flat. Makes it cook a lot faster. Just cut either side of the spine and take the whole spine out.
I did not fall from grace. I leapt.
Still a lot of steam coming out, but look at that. Look at the flames coming out. Once I consistently see flames coming out of the barrel, then I know it's time to put the lid on. Just keep this fire going all night, and hopefully tomorrow we're going to have a whole bunch of charcoal. Alright, we're going to go fill this up a couple more times. Make sure I got plenty of water for tonight.
An enemy has
It's a long tradition that you have to burn at least one thing when winter camping, and I think it was my water bottle. It's got like a goiter. I set it near the fire to keep it from freezing and got it a little too close. Yeah, I better take care of that. It's my only water bottle on this trip. Now let's see how the bird's doing. Looking good.
Skin to soil is true grace.
All right, let's check on the charcoal. See, the bottom of the lid is covered in wood tar.
Can break.
To come along.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Little jar of gravy here. It's pretty frozen. Warmed up.
You cannot break a shattered soul.
Now bacon chunks, green onions, yellow onions, and chives, frying in a little butter and oil. Definitely overdid the baked potato, but that's okay. Butter, salt, pepper, chives, onions, bacon, and a little bit of gravy on a very overdone baked potato. A little charred on the outside, but the inside's still good. Let's take a look at this chicken. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh. You know it's done, and you can just pull the leg off, and you don't have to cut it. I'm gonna try some spicy honey barbecue sauce too. Oh, that is a good potato.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, that gravy is just tangy good. I like this spicy honey barbecue sauce. Slow roasted chicken over a fire is hard to beat. That was good. Oh. Got a little dessert coming our way. There's a little Australian cookie called a Tim Tam, and if you bite the ends off, then you can use it as a straw. And all the hot chocolate melts inside. But that is a Tim Tam slam right there. It's definitely feeling colder on this trip. Put a thermometer out in a tree over there. I'm gonna go check it, see what it says. Yeah, looks like it's about 3 degrees Fahrenheit right now. All right, I'm gonna bring this inside the shelter. We're gonna see how good of a job I did building this thing.
To see the world in black.
I'm gonna go ahead and just stick it right there on my bed.
Enemy has been slain.
We're almost 30 degrees, just a little below freezing. Kind of fun. Look at all the icicles it's made. All right, I'm gonna go grab some wood real quick, and I'm gonna get ready for bed. Use my jacket, gloves. Oh, I'm pretty tired. I think it's time to go to bed. Guys, good morning. Good morning. Oh, it's pretty warm. The fire's gone out. My feet are a little bit cold. I need to get up. My hide frozen to the logs. Ugh.
We are the sum of our mistakes.
Enemy double kill.
That burned down pretty good. Can't remember exactly, but I think I built the fire under that barrel around 3 p.m. and it's 8:30 a.m. right now. So 17 hours it's been burning. I think it's time we crack it open and see what we got. I expect it's not completely done, but we'll see. Barrel's much lighter. Look at that. That is great charcoal. There's some pieces that aren't done all the way through. This will work. That, it's so light, you can just feel the difference. You can see that some of it down there is still cooking. Well, that seems to have worked reasonably well. Let that sit with the lid on while I go make some breakfast. Hopefully it'll cool down a little bit more. I'm going to be making a tinfoil breakfast. Hash brown, sausage, bacon, and vegetables.
Not all life.
You can hear it sizzling already. Let that sit and cook for about an hour or so.
Home. The place that never leaves you. My sister cauterized her
That
wound
looks
in
pretty good.
holy fire.
Can I add some of this spicy
Mine
honey barbecue
remains.
sauce?
Prepare yourself.
Oh, that was good.
Share in my torment.
Look at that. 10 o'clock and it's all sunny.
An ally has been slain.
My chosen shackle.
An ally has been slain.
Got my forge and my anvil set up.
dark
You
as
work
one
the billows by
might
pumping a handle up and down, and that turns this flywheel which runs a fan that blows air into the coal. Unfortunately, the grease on the forge is frozen up. It doesn't want to work very well right now. I'm going to go ahead and get the fire going, because I think that'll solve my problem.
Shut down.
Back into the fray.
So there's a little tooth right here in this gear. And when you spin the hub, the centrifugal force puts the tooth out and it grips the inside of this gear and engages the flywheel. There's a lot of grease in that hub, and that grease is cold, and so sometimes the tooth isn't coming out and engaging properly.
Lose sight of the life below.
An
They
ally
warming
has
it up
been
and helping
slain.
it work a little better, but it's still got problems.
An enemy has been slain.
Let's see if that helps.
Shut down.
Yeah, that's working.
Death
So I got a piece of leaf spring steel from a broken ATV trailer. We're gonna go ahead and heat that up. I'm gonna try to turn it into a knife.
I don't hide my pain. I wield it.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of my own.
There we go. I'm almost done using up all
ally
the
has
bad
been
charcoal.
slain.
This stuff still works pretty good.
Mortal comfort means immortality.
Starting to get into some really good charcoal here. This stuff's burning great.
Your turret has been destroyed.
was thinking how I want to replace this with a metal handle. Alright, it'll still work. It's going to be a lot more work.
Now, I find it stuck.
Whether by chains or by rings, an enemy has been slain.
Let that cook for a couple hours. While I got the forge cleared out, I'm going to go ahead and empty it. Doesn't coals and ash on there. The fan will burn.
Battles bring out so many emotions. But never
An enemy has been slain.
Nothing makes you feel alive like knowing you might die.
I need to sit down. This is going to be a while. You know, there's a common myth amongst metalworkers that files should only be used in one direction. Turns out that's not true. Works a whole lot better if you do it in both directions.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
All of my structures caught fire.
Through this unchanging land.
Wouldn't be a winter camp out if I didn't catch my structure on fire at least once. Let's see how these loose ribs are doing. If you want to know if they're done, you squeeze the end. And if the meat's pulled off the end of the bone, then you know they're done. And this one is done.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
It's from the moose I shot this fall. I like moose ribs. Oh. Oh, that was good.
I
So
shall
messy
show
though.
them what it
My
is to
hands are so
fall.
dirty. The only clean spots are where I was touching my food. I gotta keep working on this knife.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
My wings are bound, but my soul flies.
'There you go, one hole done. Oh, it's time for a little dessert. Oh, got a little mini pie. Nice and warm. Oh, that was
This
good.
world is all
right,
I
that
have.
good.
An ally has been slain.
3 holes.
An enemy has been slain.
Now it's time to harden it. When you get high carbon steel glowing hot and then cool it down suddenly, it becomes harder. So after you quench the knife in the snow, you test it with a file to see if it's the right hardness.
Vision does not require
I like
light.
it. I think it'll work just fine. Well, I'm at a good stopping point for tonight, and I am exhausted. It's really late. So I'm gonna hurry up and get to bed. I'll see you in the morning. We're gonna finish finish this knife. Oh, tired. My arms are sore.
Righteousness. A splintered shield. I will shatter.
Oh, look how lazy I am. It's 8:40 in the morning and the sun's up. The days are getting longer finally. Alright, I got a lot to do today. I'm gonna stoke up this fire and get breakfast going.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
Enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Got some very frozen breakfast sausages. Poured the hot water into my plastic cup. I could feel it crack and do all sorts of weird stuff. Hope you're okay there, cup. That's what I got today. I'm hungry, cold, and thirsty, and this
An
just
enemy
gets
has
lost.
been slain.
Spice pouring herbal tea. Try to squeeze another round out of those tea bags. Go for some ketchup or some brown sauce right now. Hopefully I thawed
I will
these
not
and not
forsake
burned
the
them.
land that shaped me,
A little bit of
nor the mistakes.
a caramel pecan cinnamon roll. Burned it a little bit right there,
Mortal
but
comfort
it's still good.
makes immortality bearable.
That was good. All right, it's time to get to work. Woo. This is cold. Tang's a little bit wonkier than I would like, so I'm trying to improve it with the file. All right, that's about as good as I'm gonna get with these tools. Now we need some wood for the handle. Contender.
I move with more while she languishes with her lofty ideals. Circled by your sins.
Put some water on my whetstone and get froze. I think I better warm up my whetstone first.
Do not conflate darkness with evil.
Well, it's almost noon. I think I'm going to start making some lunch. Look at all this lovely charcoal.
Killing spree.
It's nice having a big thing of charcoal to cook over.
I have endured worse.
Enemy has been slain.
For lunch, I've got a Cornish pasty that I'm going to bake in the coals. It's a handheld version of a meat pie from the southwest of England.
I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine.
Now we got to set the rivets. This is the sketchiest part. These are just 1/4-inch steel rods, and they stick out just a little bit further than the wood. And when you smash them with a hammer, they'll muscle on the end, and that'll squeeze the wood to the handle and make everything set. But if you smash the wood instead of the metal, you'll split the wood. There we go. Oh,
remember the wind.
now it's stand. Looking pretty good. Did reasonably well. No, I baked pretty well, except I missed a spot. Cornish pasties were a traditional meal for the Cornish miners, something they can eat with dirty fingers. I think that's very applicable today. Oh, that was really good. A little bit of cooking oil. I want to rub it to the hand, but it's frozen. So we're going to boil some. This dead black spruce is so dry and coarse, it's just so
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Well, it's not exactly razor sharp, but I got an edge on it.
Betrayal never comes from your enemies.
For dinner, I got some moose stew that I vacuum sealed and froze. Just gonna throw it in a pot of boiling water and it'll heat up. Easy peasy. How about this? First rivet in the sheath. That's good.
Do not run from your shadow.
Alright, we're gonna stretch the leather out a little bit.
A place that never meets you.
There we go. Knives and sheath. The sick little piece of equipment there, I like it. Looks like we're just in time too.
To see the world.
Oh yeah.
It's the
Meat stew is done.
all of life's colors.
For me to go home, but I'm gonna leave the forge out here. Definitely think I'm gonna be back. Okay, I'll keep my forge out of the snow and ice. Alright, we're gonna leave the charcoal here. I'm sure I'll need that when I come back. Anvil, yeah, it'll be fine. Alright, I think that's it for this trip. I'll see you next video. If you like that video, make sure to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, where we have hundreds of videos just like this. And if you want to see our newest adventures, make sure to click subscribe so you'll get notifications.
Some pray to the dead. I forge my own. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
One thing Lamont Roach had that plan is he didn't get the Mike Tyson effect. People go in already beaten and scared. He came in like, I'm focused, I'm a dog, and this is my time. And
Fight fans, welcome back.
114, even a draw. The decision is a majority draw.
A controversial announcement that echoed throughout the Barclays Center.
He knew it, we knew it, they knew it.
That saw a boxing kingpin escape his first loss in the most controversial of fashions. High stakes chess with a sprinkle of preformed animosity, but a night that will ultimately be remembered for all the wrong reasons.
Take a knee like that, I look like a knockback, all right? How do you go and get your eye wiped in the middle of a round?
What the just happened? Just as resilient, durable, and sharp as he promised, Lamont Roach's career-defining told you so
skills to pay the motherfucking bills.
giving him VIP access to boxing's top table.
I told him to go out there and be great, and that's exactly what he did.
Series of left hands, and now Roach is talking back. Okay.
Very few of us saw it coming, but in hindsight, the warning signs were there. So before we analyze a very uncertain landscape, let's take a moment to look at just how Lamont Roach Jr. just shocked the entire boxing world.
We're at the end of the journey now. The fight's over. Oh, it's far from over. It's far from over.
I feel like because they have experience with each other, Lamont might know some things about Tank that most fighters don't know.
First, it's the most obvious, and it's the schooling, the experience, and the familiarity that came with this particular matchup.
Both of them having that skill, that's probably the first time that Tank's fought somebody that came up with that skill set.
Before Roach, Frank Martin had used past sparring sparring success as ammunition, but this one was different.
They've spent time in camp together. He's been around Tank. He's seen Tank up close and personal. That changes everything, you know?
The pair had fought twice as amateurs. They'd spent a ton of time together, and Roach Sr. had even trained Tank for 2012's national title.
None of his personal coaches was there, couldn't make it at a time, and we had a fun ride on winning, you know what I'm saying? I like to say I helped contribute to that.
A stylistic knowledge, albeit a decade old, that would prove invaluable.
Don't get greedy when you're in the road. Don't get greedy. Lamont's down telling his son.
Interestingly, in the opening presser, Tank used Senior's shaking as a sign of nervousness.
I'm gonna let y'all know something. His father was up here shaking on the what's the name? He was shaking on the
Pops. Oh.
Little did we know that was probably the most confident man on stage.
When I asked your brother what was 2025 going to look like for No Excuse, he said your father would become Coach of the Year.
I said that too.
Absolutely.
I've been saying that. That man a genius, man.
Whether he's in the ring with them or not, that matters. And Lamont is a DMV fighter himself, which means he got that dog, you know?
Thanks to that familiarity, the fear and intimidation factor that usually surrounds Gervonta Davis fights never quite arrived.
It ain't intimidating. It ain't. I'm here. This one I'm supposed. Like I said, this one I'm supposed to be at.
And despite those subtle confidence boosters that Tank usually secures, like Frank's flinch and Ryan's weight drain, Lamont gave him nothing. It was an unwavering self-belief that carried into the fight.
Roach still talking to Tank.
If it became a battle of attrition, he'd got enough grit.
Nobody caught him. Roach hit him with his best punch.
If it was a battle of skills, he'd got enough tricks.
Whatever the case may be, whatever I gotta pull out my bag of tricks to win, that's what I'm gonna do.
And if it got dirty, he'd got enough dog.
This arena is on their feet right now.
All of which proved correct.
I've interviewed a few different Tank opponents, but it just feels like you have a different confidence than most other people. Where do you feel like that comes from?
With Shakur Stevenson in Tank's eyeline, the pre-fight narrative transformed Roach into little more than another tailor-made, hand-picked opponent.
He doesn't have a chance. The only person that could have beat Tank was Rolly. I can tell people that.
Merely representing another routine box tick with a trademark body lick and a celebratory backflip.
You saw what he did to Ryan Garcia. You saw what he did to Frank Martin.
That said, while the lights maybe hadn't been quite this bright, Lamont had been here before.
I've been there. I've been on Canelo cards, Triple G headline. I've been there. I've been through the press runs, the media runs. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a lot more, but I'm ready.
And the implications of that little routine trip to the Barclays for this DC Dynamo were far, far greater.
When he fought me, he couldn't do shit. Couldn't do nothing. And trust me, March 1st, we're gonna do the same thing. I've been here before.
With a blemished record and nothing to lose, we saw a wolf in sheep's clothing approach the apex as an entire boxing journey rolled into one make-or-break moment.
For Lamont Roach, he knows that when it comes to beating Davis, it's not about just skill. It's about flawless execution under constant pressure.
I'm not sure which member of Roach's entourage it was, but that humble pie quote has become iconic overnight.
That humble pie will be mean, Slim. For sure. That humble pie will be mean.
I can't. I can't.
And if it's not ringing in Gervonta's ears for the next couple of weeks, it probably should be.
We was talking in like the 12th round, I think the 12th or 11th, but he like, you ain't gonna win. I said, shit, why not? What you talking about? They like, man, ain't gonna give it to you.
It's a dish best served cold, and with Roach referencing Tank's diva antics from Christmas time cancellation taunts.
Next year, I'm out of it.
After our second fight.
Swerving the media workout.
Gervonta, Tank.
TBE statements.
I feel like my skills is way better than like Floyd.
And picking the round.
I say 9th round.
it would all come back to bite him.
Dude, did Lamont Roach just do that?
Never expected Roach to be taking these shots and countering and answering with his own big shots.
If he was overconfident, it's likely to have stemmed, as it often does, from the ownership of that rare get-out-of-jail-free card.
You can't fight the power!
The one-hitter quitter that had kept the record squeaky clean, erasing all those shaky moments and slow starts.
Mario Barrios also had a good start. That was at 140. Again, but how did those fights all end, guys?
Tank's bag is full, and he's far from one-dimensional, but it can't save you every time out. So where Lamont ate some of those same shots, remained airtight, and just kept coming, Gervonta would eventually run out of ideas as the curtain closed.
Is Roach about to offer?
I think he felt my power too. Like, I think that's what negated a lot of his shots. And once I took his best shot, I was like, oh yeah, it's time to roll.
You stood in front of him, took his best shot, he was standing in the pocket, blocking, throwing back. You know, he gained a lot of fans tonight, I'll tell you that much for sure, 100%.
As a whole, it's less about what Gervonta did badly and more about what Lamont did great.
I think Lamont Roach had a frustrating style. You know, he's technical and he does some frustrating shit.
There it is, he timed it right. Counterpunch him, and the uppercut.
After all, triangle theories are a long-forgotten concept in boxing, and anyone can run into the wrong style at the wrong time.
I got a question. You got any excuses tonight, Roy? Let's not ask questions like that. Let's touch gloves and go work.
So this might just be another of those circumstances.
Lamont Roach had always been good. He had always been good, and he had the right style. The styles make fights.
Roach eating some big shots and coming right back.
Lamont Roach's style made that fight what it is.
And what it does mean, though, is that Tank versus Shakur or Tank versus Lomachenko are completely different fights with an entirely different set of problems.
If I'm Tank Davis and I'm coming off a disappointment in terms of my offensive output, I'm not going straight to the best defender in the division. Let's see it again.
Would you say, Lamont, you've now shown the world the formula to how to beat Tank Davis?
Maybe not. I mean, I'm me.
In a perfectly executed and well-rounded performance, Lamont took some of the best parts of each past opponent and adapted it into what they already knew as a team.
As a sparring partners, who did you use to mimic Tank's style?
Tank has a different facets of himself in the ring, so we use multiple sparring partners. We use Shaquille Daly, very fast, very twitchy. Daytwan Young from Philly, Jonathan Lopez, who's fighting on the cards, open up the TV.
Most notably, like Barrios, he utilized his physical advantages early, applying the jab and maintaining distance.
Right now, Roach being smart with the pressure.
Come on, breathe, man. Stay focused right here, y'all.
Like Cruz, he applied pressure in spurts, with a bit more method to his work.
Roach is standing strong at the moment, just not landing much in return.
And where Frank started to feel the pace late on, the Reaper stayed well within his limits.
I'm not sure what kind of conditioning Lamont Roach did, but whatever it is, I salute him. Because everyone else at some point past round 7, you know, normally when fighting Tank, they die down.
To ensure that, if there wasn't already a blueprint to beat Tank, there is now.
Boy, listen, all the talk throughout the years, what you would do against somebody like Tank, your style versus his, was that not the blueprint?
I think Lamont showed exactly who he was and what he said he was going to do.
He's earning Davis's respect. A counter right, backing Davis up.
The best fighters are those who can stay calm in an uncalm environment, those who can think logically and solve problems amidst the chaos. And the most impressive part of Lamont Roach's performance, for me, was the patience. Not trying to fill those quiet moments with filler punches or stay busy work.
Letting his punches go, beautiful combinations from Roach.
Not being pressured into throwing and only engaging when necessary.
He's got to change the script. Make Tank Davis feel that, make him make mistakes.
It originally looked like Shakur might be the only fighter with the awareness, the experience, and the cojones to fight in such a composed manner against Tank.
I was on timing, especially like in the perfect moments to land beautiful shots. Some of the shots that might have stumbled him or visibly hurt him.
But we learned a lot on March 1st.
Lamont Roach came to not only fight, but came to become a champion.
Having battled back from his own loss 5 years ago in Fresno, Roach made a promise to himself.
When I actually accepted that loss, for real, I knew I ain't never want to feel like that again.
And it's a night which, paired with a scrape past Hector Luis Garcia, probably made him look just the right amount of beatable.
You are much better than I originally thought that you were, and this is based off maybe the defeat to Jamel Herring and watching that fight. I don't know. But I went into that thinking this was going to be a rinse and repeat Gervonta Davis performance.
But his commitment to the sport and refusal to give up embodies everything good about the sweet science. And now, with his willingness to face anybody and everybody, the best might even be yet to come for DC's new superstar.
We're at the end of the journey now. Fight's over.
Oh, it's far from over.
You guys will never believe how a lawyer from Alaska who was making millions quit his job to build one of YouTube's most dedicated communities while refusing to sell merch, limiting sponsorships, and staying true to his values. Because today we're talking about the incredible story of Luke Nichols and the Outdoor Boys. And trust me, this one's different. This isn't just about money or fame. It's about how a genuine guy defied all odds and became successful at what he loves to do. How did Luke really do it? Well, grab your hot chocolate because this story is wild. But before we get into all of that, let me set the scene real quick. In February 2024, something pretty wild happened. The Outdoor Boys channel pulled in 100 million views in a single month. Now, I know what you're thinking, oh great, another YouTube success story, but hold on, because this isn't your typical influencer journey. There's way more to this story than just view counts and subscriber milestones. Let's rewind the clock, because to understand how the Outdoor Boys became what it is today, we need to start at the beginning. Luke Nichols grew up in Anchorage, Alaska. And I mean actually grew up there, not just for the content. This wasn't some calculated move to build a brand. This was his life. Growing up in the rugged Alaskan wilderness, Luke developed a deep connection with nature from an early age. But this wasn't just some casual relationship with the outdoors. This was full immersion in one of the most challenging environments in America. Two figures played crucial roles in shaping young Luke's outdoor expertise, his father and grandfather. These were men who understood the Alaskan wilderness at a fundamental level. Under their guidance, Luke learned the essential skills that would later define his content: how to read the landscape, understand weather patterns, and respect nature's power. What's particularly interesting about Luke's childhood is that unlike many who later romanticized their outdoor experiences, his connection to nature was just a normal part of daily life. This was just how the Nichols family lived. The skills Luke learned during these formative years were about understanding the deeper relationship between humans and nature. For 19 years, this was Luke's world. The Alaskan wilderness wasn't just a backdrop, it was his classroom, his playground, and his training ground. Every season brought new lessons, from dealing with the harsh Alaskan winters to making the most of the brief but intense summers. This early exposure to such a demanding environment helped develop Luke's interest in outdoor activities. On his 19th birthday, Luke made a decision that would shape everything that came after. He moved to Japan as a missionary. Now imagine being 19, leaving Alaska behind, and diving headfirst into a completely different culture. For 2 years, he immersed himself in Japanese language and culture. During those 2 years in Fukuoka, he learned to appreciate different perspectives, to find beauty in difficulty, and most importantly, to share these experiences with others. Little did he know this experience would later define his future. After returning to the U.S. and attending BYU, Luke met his wife Rebecca and things were going well. But, and there's always a but, life had other plans. His political consulting business had to shut it down. Starting a family, they were struggling. These weren't just setbacks, they were the kind of life experiences that would later help him connect with millions of viewers on a human level. After graduating from BYU, his path wasn't straight to law. He actually dove deep into politics, and I mean deep. He ran over 20 different political campaigns in Utah. But here's the thing about political consulting. The hours were brutal. We're talking about constant travel, late nights, and practically zero family time. Even though the political consulting business was successful, Luke faced a tough reality. The lifestyle was taking a toll on his family life, which went against everything he believed in. So he made a decision that would change everything. He shut down his consulting business completely. At this point, Luke and Rebecca were trying to start a family, but facing challenges. They made the bold move to leave Utah behind and relocate to Virginia. Here's where fate stepped in. Almost immediately after moving to their new house in the countryside, Rebecca got pregnant with their first son, Tommy. Now in Virginia, with a baby on the way, Luke needed a new direction. That's when he enrolled at George Mason University Law School. After graduating in 2011, he didn't just join a firm, he started his own. Spectrum Legal Defense became one of Virginia's top traffic law firms, specializing in DUI and reckless driving cases. Now, this is where things get really interesting. In 2013, while running a successful law practice, Luke started experimenting with YouTube. He didn't just start posting videos, he started building relationships with his audience. Imagine running one of Virginia's top DUI defense practices while trying to manage YouTube. And I mean, this wasn't just posting a video here and there. We're talking about coming up with ideas, shooting them, and editing them while still showing up in court ready to defend clients. Think about what Luke's schedule must have looked like. He'd be in court handling DUI and reckless driving cases during the day at his firm. These weren't simple cases either. He was handling many of them, building his reputation as one of Virginia's most respected traffic lawyers. But then, instead of relaxing after a long day in court, he'd be editing videos late into the night. Weekends weren't exactly free time either. While other lawyers might be relaxing or preparing for Monday's cases, Luke would be out filming content. Then, he'd somehow have to find time to edit all that footage and still be prepared for court appearances the next week. The real challenge came from the unpredictable nature of both careers. Court schedules can change at a moment's notice and cases can run longer than expected. Meanwhile, creating outdoor content requires planning around weather conditions, daylight hours, and family schedules. Despite all these challenges, both careers were thriving. His law firm was becoming one of the top traffic law practices in Virginia. While his YouTube channels were consistently growing, he somehow managed to make two full-time careers work simultaneously. And this is where most creators would have probably focused on maximizing views and engagement. But Luke, he did something different. When his audience started giving feedback about wanting different types of content, instead of ignoring them or changing his style, in 2015, he created a whole new channel, The Outdoor Boys. Then Luke took his family on an epic trip back to Alaska, where he grew up, and created a 4-part series that would define the channel's future direction. This wasn't just another outdoor adventure, this was personal. He was showing his kids the places that shaped him, teaching them the skills he learned growing up, and sharing it all with his audience. 3 out of those 4 videos hit over 1 million views each. But more importantly, they showed Luke exactly what his channel could be. But in 2019, right when things were starting to take off, the Outdoor Boys hit a major roadblock. YouTube completely disabled comments on the channel as part of their broader effort to protect children. Now, this might not sound like a big deal, but for Luke, this was huge. The channel wasn't just about views, it was about community. They even went a step further and demonetized the entire channel. Think about that for a second. Everything Luke had built, the community he'd created, the connections he'd made, all of it was suddenly at risk. But here's where Luke's true character showed through. Instead of fighting the system or complaining, he focused on what really mattered, keeping his kids safe online. He worked with YouTube's guidelines, restricted unwanted comments, and eventually got the demonetization ban lifted. But let's rewind a bit, because the birth of the Outdoor Boys wasn't as straightforward as you might think. See, Luke's first channel, Catfish and Carp, was actually doing really well. But there was this interesting tension brewing. Whenever Luke would post anything that wasn't strictly fishing content, he'd get pushback from viewers. They wanted pure fishing content, nothing else. But Luke had this bigger vision. He wanted to share more than just fishing tips. While the Outdoor Boys was growing, Luke discovered what I'm going to call his authenticity formula. Every time he posted genuine family moments and real adventures...
Becca, are you warm?
I'm warm.
Yeah, I can't believe you're still wearing your coat in here. It's hot.
Not only did the videos perform well, but the comments sections would fill with stories from viewers sharing their own experiences. And this is where Luke's story takes an unexpected turn. Despite having millions of subscribers, despite having opportunities to cash in big time, Luke made choices that honestly shocked a lot of people in the industry.
So there's this YouTube channel called Outdoor Boys. It's just something about him that's so wholesome. It goes out into the Alaskan wilderness and like different types of wilderness.
You know what's wild is he just takes his son on these things.
No merchandise, even though he could easily make $1 million a month from merch alone. Limited sponsorships even as his channel grew, and get this, while other creators were flexing supercars, Luke kept driving his Kia Sportage. In 2020, when the world got hit with COVID and viewing habits changed, with people watching longer videos on their TVs instead of phones, the Outdoor Boys content found an even bigger audience. But what's fascinating was, while the numbers grew, the community feeling never changed. The comment sections still felt like conversations between friends. Then, in December 2023, very randomly, people started making edits of Luke's content on TikTok using Outdoor Boys hashtag. Within days, these videos hit millions and millions of views. The OG community welcomed all these new viewers, sharing their favorite moments and stories. You can even see Redditors talking about their favorite Luke quote like, "This is a sign that it's time for me to change." And the classic, "That's why they call me Hot Lips." No one calls me that.
That's why they call me Hot Lips. Nobody calls me that.
Yes, even Luke's quotes has a fan base. Now, here's the part of Luke's story that genuinely blows my mind, the real impact he's had on families across the world. This is about actual change in people's lives. The real magic of the Outdoor Boys isn't in the numbers, although they're impressive. It's in comments like this one from Reddit. "I live in Phoenix, basically the complete opposite of Alaska, but somehow watching the Outdoor Boys still inspires me to get out and explore. Even in the desert heat, I feel motivated to chase my own adventures." And it's not just about inspiring adventures. Luke's approach to family and faith shapes everything about his content, but in the most natural way possible. For him, these aren't just topics to talk about, they're the foundation of who he is. His faith guides how he approaches challenges, how he treats others, and most importantly, how he raises his family. But he never pushes these beliefs on anyone. Instead, he lets his actions speak for themselves. The family grew with the addition of Nate and Jacob, and they've all become integral parts of the channel. What's fascinating is how Luke has managed to turn family time into content without making it feel forced or staged. His sons aren't just appearing in videos, they're actively learning, growing, and developing real outdoor skills alongside their dad. You can see this in how he involves them in the production process, making mistakes, showing the reality of family adventures, both the highs and the lows. Rebecca and Luke have maintained this family-first approach through all their success, proving that their early struggles to start a family in Utah led to something pretty special. The way they handle their kids' involvement in the channel is particularly interesting. They've managed to share their family adventures while still being protective of their children's privacy, something that became especially important during that 2019 YouTube comment controversy. Growing up in Alaska, he learned valuable lessons from his father and grandfather about family, responsibility, and character. Now he's passing these lessons on not just to his own sons, but to millions of viewers who get to witness this generational wisdom in action. His faith naturally weaves into his content not through preaching or explicit messages, but through his everyday actions and decisions. It shows in how he handles setbacks, how he treats his family, and how he approaches life's challenges. This natural integration of values into content has created a space where adventure and character building go hand in hand. I have seen a lot of people watching the Outdoor Boys after a long day of work, relaxing with their family. This is powerful. Not many YouTubers can have this flex, that they are inspiring families across the world to live amazing lives. The real measure of his impact isn't in the numbers, but in how he's influenced family dynamics. His videos show genuine moments of teaching his sons, working through challenges, and building relationships. These aren't scripted moments designed for views. They're real interactions between a father and his sons, captured authentically. Recently, Luke made what might seem like a crazy decision, leaving his successful law practice to focus on YouTube full-time.
I'm starting a new YouTube channel. It's called the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. I'm sure I can find a way to make it happen.
But here's the thing, it wasn't about chasing bigger numbers. It was about having more time to create genuine content for a community that had become like family. The void Luke felt while running his law practice makes more sense when you understand his background. Here was a guy who grew up in the Alaskan wilderness, spent his teenage years exploring Japan, and then found himself behind a desk handling traffic cases.